to say about it, where you want to draw the line or where you want to draw. I don't think there's any place in Nigeria presently that you would go, that you live in, that you would go and register for INEC and say you want to run for a post in that particular place, that INEC will tell you that they cannot register you because the people there don't like you. No, you can run and you are not embarrassing anybody. You are not disrespecting anybody for running for post in a place you live. It is left for the indigenes to vote you or not vote you. It is left for the residents living there to vote you or decide that they don't want to vote you. Now, when it comes to Igbos in Lagos, Igbos don't even make up to 20% of the total population of Lagos. Let me tell you, if every single Igbo man decides that they want to vote a particular person, they alone cannot make that person the governor of Lagos. You people are a lot of people here are educated. I don't know why they are avoiding this fact. If every single Igbo man, which is mathematically impossible, decide that they want to vote one particular person, that person cannot become the governor of Lagos. It is practically impossible. The Igbos don't even make up to 20. I doubt that they make up 20%. It's even they don't make up to 15% of the total population in Lagos. The 2023 election cost a lot of things, basically because of GRV, who is practically a Yoruba man. He's not Igbo. He is a Yoruba man. And for you to say that the Igbos don't have the right to make a choice because they want to change an existing structure, what is the existing structure?
Thank you
Existing
very
structures
much.
are created by majority.
I just had to interrupt you and give you your flowers for that. They have framed the discussion as if the support for GRV was a support for an Igbo person, which is the most wicked lie. But thank you for highlighting it. So if the Igbos gathering together, it was another Yoruba person they were voting for. But go ahead, sir. Thank you so much for that.
Like, this thing was done. And because 2023 here, it became so obvious, you people don't understand how they play tribal politics in Lagos. And most of you here, they've put you in a box for you to think that you are fighting for yourself, not knowing that you are fighting for politicians who don't care about you. This same game is played when Jimmy Agbaje ran for election. And people saying that Igbos created a voting bloc. Igbos vote one way. If you check Nigeria's 1999 election till date, both presidential or anywhere that they vote, they always vote in one direction. They pick a candidate and they vote for that candidate. It is not a voting bloc that was created in 2023 to change the structure. It's something that has been happening. And every single person that has been involved in Lagos politics knows. Because it switched to Labour Party, you guys decided to become scared of something that does not happen. Igbos voted for PDP. You people played the Jimmy Agbaje is an Igbo candidate card. That card was played. Nobody here can deny that that was not played. That has been played before, over and over again. I want to ask you, is Jimmy Agbaje an Igbo man? Is GRV an Igbo man? Has any Igbo man even come forth in a Lagos State election before? This is the question you should answer. That they want to take over. What are they taking over? They've never won. They've never even gotten close to ever becoming governor in Lagos State. Ever. They've never gotten to that point where they would even have the power to change anything. If Tinubu lost election in Lagos, it was not the Igbos. It was because Yorubas did not like Tinubu also. So please, if you want to say somebody wants to take over, blame your fellow people that does not like this guy. Yorubas didn't like Tinubu. Majorly young Yorubas. I have tons of Yoruba friends, like plenty. I told you I've lived in Lagos for 20 years. I have tons of Yoruba friends. Nobody voted Tinubu. None. There are few others that I know that voted, but my very close friends, none voted Tinubu. Majority voted Labour Party. I have a Yoruba friend that will never vote Tinubu in the next 55 years. Is that person an Igbo person? Now, when few people make comments that does not reflect, because this is the thing, I would admit, there are a lot of Igbo people that make a lot of comments that don't make sense. If you go through my page, you will know that I talk about this. There are a lot of stupid people on both sides. They exist. It happens everywhere, in every single country. Stupid people exist on both sides. But when you break it down, you have to look at reality, or you look at trend, or you look at things that can happen. That is why you are educated. That is why you are different. That's why you should think differently. Has any Igbo man ever gotten in a position that you can never become the governor of Lagos State? And even if Igbos create a voting bloc and they were able to miraculously elect GRV, does that not reflect that democracy is the majority rule, Abi? If Igbos create a voting bloc, and they voted GRV and GRV became governor, would you say that GRV became governor just because of the Igbo votes? Wouldn't it be right, or wouldn't it reflect democratic tendencies that the majority decided that this structure does not work for us, so we don't want it? What is set in stone? There's nothing set in stone in politics. And unless you're trying to say that the APC in Lagos State is a reflection of Yoruba identity, that is what Yoruba is, and anybody that is trying to change the APC in Lagos State is against Yoruba, if that is what you're saying, own it with your chest and say that the APC is a Yoruba party, rather than swimming around rhetorics that don't make sense. One, as I said from the beginning, you cannot enjoy the benefits of federalism, and you pick and choose what you want to pick from federalism. It is not possible. If you don't want the federal system, I don't want it, then everybody should just join hand and say that, okay, let's switch to a system of government that reflects our identity more. That would make more sense. But none of you talking about it, well, I won't say none of you, majority of you talking about it, are talking about respect, but nobody has ever promoted or said that we should change this system. Maybe few, but majority of you love this system. You just want to pick and choose what you want from that system. Lagos was, maybe not the whole Lagos. Lagos was the state capital for a lot of time. Normally, same thing that happens in every single country. People would move towards Lagos. It is natural. It's a natural migration pattern. People would move towards the economic center of the country. Lagos is the economic center of Nigeria. Nobody can deny that. Lagos is a creation of every single ethnicity in Nigeria, because every single person that lived and passed through Lagos has contributed to what Lagos is today. You get, Lagos belongs to Yoruba people. True. I think people will be stupid to argue that fact. But when I tell you that I should make a comment, when you tell me that me living in Lagos, paying taxes in Lagos, my purchasing power is affecting the IGR of Lagos. I pay transport fares that people collect from the bus drivers as transport users, means of I generate IGR for Lagos. I am a valuable member of society in Lagos. I pay taxes in Lagos. Now, when you tell me that I should not speak about Lagos politics, then you are being disingenuous, and you are being very, very, very disingenuous. If you want to, like you so want to talk about Anambra politics, please go to Anambra, live in Anambra, pay taxes in Anambra, and I tell you, if you talk, and any other person says that you shouldn't talk, then you have a right to say what I want to say. But you did not move out, and you can't tell me I shouldn't move out, because this is Nigeria. Every single person is fighting for Nigeria to be Nigeria. It's a federal system. You love the way Nigeria is structured. If you don't like the way Nigeria is structured, start speaking against the way Nigeria is structured. Talk to your lawmakers and tell them you don't like the way Nigeria is structured. Speak to everybody. Let the voice, I'll soon round up. Let the voice be one. I think we all want the same thing. Let the voice be one and say we don't like the way Nigeria is structured. Then maybe we'll be speaking in the same voice, and the structure would affect and would reflect what we want. But you can't love this structure and decide to complain about this structure. Then that would be disingenuous and dishonest. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Trix, for keeping it to the constitution and the system of government. And you stayed away from the tribe. You addressed the issue, but then you stayed with the federalism that we have, or we say we have. I don't think we practice true federalism, but that's what we think, what we have. And then so that's what I want us. I hope you listen to Trix. So tailor when it's your turn to speak, tailor it to that. What we have in Nigeria, what the constitution says, what you're allowed in the every state that you stay. And these attacks here and there will stop. I promise you, if you stay with the topic and stay within the parameters of what Trix has said, those extremist people, they won't stay because they have no angle. Half of them don't even know what the constitution says, right? They just want to pick and choose. They just want to pick and
I just want
choose
to
and
thank the
then
last
call
speaker,
you
Jerry. Great work.
yeah, they just want to pick and choose and call you a Igbo eta or Yoruba eta if they disagree, So thank you for that. And I might move you and bring you back because we have 18 requests. So if I'm moving you guys, don't take it personal. I'm just trying to make sure we get as many people as we can.
Leave
So
Tricks on the stage. At least he has a balance, and then leave another
okay.
top level Yoruba speaker on the stage at least, so that we have a
Olami is
balance.
up. I'm not moving Olami because of that. Olabola
Okay.
was here, but he's gone. I think his network is bad.
All right. Okay.
So Osigwe is Edo, so I'll give him the utmost. You people want to be tribal, so me too, I'll be tribal. Osigwe will go.
Is Osigwe
And I think
here?
I saw.
I've been looking for him since morning. Where is he at?
He's here.
Okay.
Ace, if you are Edo, raise up your hand. Maybe all of you used to do Igbo Yoruba. So
Those supremacists.
today, we they do Edo, Benin people. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. So, Osigwe will go. Then after Prince AE, Etika will go.
Okay, Sigwe, good to see you. I was looking for you when I started. I thought you
Doctor,
ghosted me new
Doctor,
because they've
Doctor
been
Banwo,
harassing you. You ghosted me. Osigwe, you're afraid
Doctor
of
Banwo,
is
Osigwe no
it
like
NATO?
Wahala.
Is it NATO and all those people?
He no
Doctor
like
Banwo,
Wahala.
Doctor Banwo, and Beauty. I'm about to go into a
All
meeting.
right,
Can
please
I
go
just
ahead.
take?
Go ahead.
I won't
Oh,
take
okay,
more
okay.
than 3
Osigwe, wait, let
minutes.
Eze. Yeah, Eze go. Sorry, go on.
Okay, good. Doctor Banwo, for the first time, I actually was impressed, and I'm being genuine here. And I requested for the mic
Don't
earlier
praise
just
him
to
because if he
say,
drag you tomorrow now, you
no,
no go like
wait,
him.
no,
Go with your
wait,
point.
wait, no, wait. Um, I actually requested for the mic to say, well done, and thank you to you and Aki. I know Aki has always had a balanced, what's it called, opinion when it comes to issues. I will speak to family and social issues. I won't go. I won't go into constitution and beauty. So please don't be angry. See, a family is the first circle that a child meets whenever the child is born, right? So if you guys remember when you were taught about peer pressure and all that, it starts from the family to your immediate environment, right? So whatever you exude, whatever you are, is likely what your family, and when we say family, we mean leadership in your family, the elders of your family, what they taught you is what you are going to carry. Dr. Banwo, I said this because in line with me saying well done to you, I want to encourage you and other elders to speak to young people in the family. Speak to them and educate them. When we say education now, I think it goes beyond formal education, just basic understanding how the society works, because I think that's what we struggle with, right? Nelson Mandela said something. Nelson Mandela said that no child was born with hate. A child was taught how to hate. If a child was taught how to hate, then a child could be taught how to love. That comes back to the role of elders in the family. So, if a society falls apart, please let's look towards the elders and the leadership of that society. We have had a lot of leaders in Lagos prior to 2023. We have witnessed Jakonde, we have witnessed Boba Marwa, and we have witnessed others before the arrival of Lajibola Tinubu. What we saw in 2023, prior to 2023 and going forward, will be laid on their feet. They are fully responsible for it. Mark today's date. By the time they leave this stage, you will see a different Lagos. So please, to young people, please look at yourself and say, do you want to make another person's career your problem? Because you can thrive without all these things that you are looking at. Dr. Banwo and a whole lot of others who don't live in Nigeria, specifically Dr. Banwo, me and you, and the other guy that said he lives in California, right? You could attest, I'm on the phone. You could attest that that the heat that we've experienced, right, in the last since 2020, 2016, right, is totally different from the heat that you've experienced since you've been living in America. Why? Because of one man's political career. Dr. Banwo, I know you might have tilted towards Republican. I don't care about Democrats and Republican, but I look at how people are treated. Dr. Banwo, whether you're a Republican or you're not, you know that the heat that you've experienced in the US tripled or quadrupled because of the color of your skin, simply because of President Trump's political agenda. See, after Hitler died, Germans made a decision and said, you know what? We are the leaders. We are going to enshrine this in the law. It is not part of us. We want a society that thrives. Look at what's happening in Europe. The Europeans came together and they said, we have played this tribal thing for years. English people have fought the French, 30 years war. The French has fought the Germans, the Prussia war. There have a lot of wars, millions of lives lost. Let us make a law that says, as long as you've pledged allegiance to this flag, you deserve the rights that everybody gets so that we can have equal society that will create progress, that would encourage people to work hard, bring it back to leaders. Do you see what Europe has experienced? You see what the US has experienced, right? Nigerians, young Nigerians, please don't make anybody's political career your problem. My last word here will be what? Please, young Nigerians, whether you are Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Efik, Ibibio, please work hard. Stay on the side of the law. Work hard and earn something for yourself. Because at the end of the day, the reality of life is what? Ẹṣin tó ṣíwájú ló bá fẹ́. Ẹṣin tó ṣíwájú ló bá fẹ́ o. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń ṣètò ègbéfẹ́ fún.
See,
Ìgbà
that's a man
funfun
that's
lóró
totally
mi.
integrated.
Ìgbà funfun lóró mi o. Ẹ̀yin bá mọ̀wẹ́ kó ká lọ. If you don't have
Bros,
anything to yourself,
I'm speaking in
if
tongues
you
right there.
don't make anything to yourself, people will use you. Young people, please work hard and earn something for yourself.
All
Thank you.
right. Thank you so much. Eze Chikwendu. Let me see the full name. Yeah, Eze Chikwelu. Okay. You actually spoke Yoruba to those who say Igbos don't assimilate in Lagos. I appreciate you for all your contributions. And I did see the pin now, beautiful flower about my post. Yeah, I stand by it. There's nothing wrong with that post. Because those who are quoting in isolation are just being mischievous. Because if you read that tweet, I said it several times in the responses that it's not the only one that said it. That my point was that Jack Conde also said it too. That was my point, and the tweet speaks for itself. So those who are trying to twist it, all I can do is wish you good luck. If you look at the top responses to somebody under that tweet, you will see me say that yeah, Jajawachuku said it, but Jack Conde also said it to say why are you killing the Igbos? And in any case, the context that all of them are saying it is not the context that everybody wants to make it sound today. So yeah, I stand by my tweet, 110%. Okay, so look at what came before it and look at what came after, and then you get the context. But thank you guys so much. We've had a very civil discussion so far and balanced to a large extent. So beautiful flower, I'm going to give it back to you to continue running the room. Thank you guys.
Okay. Okay. So thank you, is Izzy. I'm gonna move you down and bring people up. So don't take it personal, please. I'm just trying to create space. But that was a nice submission. Thank you. Okay. Osigwe, are you there? Okay. If Osigwe is not there, I'm gonna move you down and then bring other people up as well. A, Prince A, please go on.
Hi everyone. I'm Prince. So, I want to speak to the conversation around respect and integration, and also kind of draw it back to the dynamism in culture. Actually, so personally, my dad was born in Kaduna, and my mom lived most of her life in Lagos before she met my dad in Kaduna. And the way I see both of my parents, they actually integrated well in northern Nigeria because they stayed there for some time. And coming down to Lagos, they also integrated well. My mom speaks the three Nigerian languages fluently. That's Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. She speaks it very fluently. My dad speaks Hausa very fluently. Throughout my stay in Lagos, the house we stayed in, it was owned by a Yoruba man, Chief Idowu, and we stayed there for 20 years peacefully. And we never thought for once that we should take over his house or we should bring his house into ruins, right? So we're able to abide by the laws that at least that guided that house. So now, talking about respect and integration, if you see most Igbos who run major markets, let's say Alaba, for example, the Ladipo market, over the years, they've run these markets without troubles, without having to go head to head with the Yorubas. I know that sometimes there might be little internal conflicts, but whenever major conflicts break out, if you should trace the roots of this major conflict in this major market, at the end of the day, you see that there's a political agenda to it. At the end of the day, you will always see that these conflicts are usually happening within election cycles or very, very close to election cycles. What does this tell us? That truly Igbos who run these markets majorly, they don't have problem integrating. But one way or the other, during election cycles when there are like very strong political tensions, someone pulls pulls the triggers from somewhere, and before you know it, this tension starts brewing, and it becomes the case of, okay, Igbos versus Yorubas. Igbos are not respectful, Igbos are not this. And a lot of people have been talking about respect and integration. For me, one major question I would like to ask is, what exactly do you mean by respect? What exactly do you mean by integration? Because going by the examples that have been cited, to me, it doesn't come off as the true definition of Igbos disrespecting Yorubas or Igbos not trying to integrate. Like my brother Trix rightly said, if you belong to a society where you actively contribute to the society in terms of you pay your taxes, you're a responsible member of the society, uh, beyond being responsible, you contribute by every necessary means to the development of the society. I see no reason why you shouldn't lend or you shouldn't lend an active voice to whatever that is happening in the society, either uh, from a political perspective or from a non-political perspective. Now, talking about the dynamism of culture, one thing we forget is that given globalization, given the rate at which technology is going, and given the rate of globalization and technological advancement, uh culture is changing, culture is shifting, and given the rate of globalization and technological advancement, it is driving a lot of migration. People are moving. Lagos is known to be sort of a tech hub in Nigeria. uh People move from different places in in Nigeria or different parts of the world actually to do businesses in Lagos. And over time, they integrate. But in the process of integrating, they also leave certain, how would I put this now? They leave certain elements of their own behavior, of their own little behavior on the culture, or should I say on the Yoruba culture. So over time, the Yoruba culture tends to change, right? So the thing is, we overlook this aspect of culture and making it seem that, okay, culture is not dynamic. The Igbos are coming to change everything forcefully. Beyond changing things forcefully, they are not integrating. We don't want things to change. We want our culture to be the way it is. Our land is our land. No, to be very, very honest, cultural changes, there would always be this little shift over time. And this little shift don't happen because of people deliberately want them to happen, or people are forcefully like trying to force them to happen. They just happen because we humans, as we move, as we migrate, as we try to integrate, we leave a little bit and piece of ourselves in what has already existed or what is already existing. So I don't think this is actually an issue where we need to like make a lot of force about. We don't necessarily have to make a lot of force about these issues. What I strongly believe is whatever is happening is being politically driven. And to be very honest, I think we should always look at it from that angle than looking at it from a situation of I hate the Igbos, they're coming in, or I hate a certain tribal group, they're coming in to forcefully change our culture, they're coming in to forcefully grab our land. To be very honest, I don't think that is the case. I rest my case here. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Amy. That was you kept go on.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say that was very well spoken, and it aligns with my own position that most of this is politically driven. That people that we all grew up with, all of a sudden, somebody's trying to tell us that they're trying to take our inheritance, they're trying to take this. To me, is all politics, and we saw the ugly side of it in 2023, and no tribe is immune. When Buhari was there, everybody was Hausaphobia. It's Hausa problem, Hausa this, Hausa that, so that people can turn away from his government. So, thank you so much for calling that. That is actually the way I also see this stuff. Beautiful flower, over to you.
Yes, thank you, sir. So to be Olabola Olami, and then I'll take a new cue. Amy, I'm going to move you briefly, and then I'll bring somebody else up if that's okay. Okay. We have so many requests. So Olabola, please go on, and then we'll go to Olami.
Yeah, thanks. Hello, everyone. Dr. Okwe, good afternoon, sir. Good morning or good evening, wherever you are. It's an honor speaking with you again. I was on the space yesterday on Clubhouse where you were a guest, and somebody annoyed you, and you had to leave in the middle of the conversation. So to speak quickly to the topic, so I don't believe there is any Igbophobia happening on the whole. I mean, I'm not going to speak for every individual human being. That would be delusional. So basically, I'm talking generally speaking. While I think there is Yorubaphobia, and I think because there is so much Yorubaphobia that has been allowed for so long, now pushing back feels odd to certain people. Like we're meant to have the right to doing this, so why are you pushing back? So specific things I want to address in this whole thing is the Lagos is a no man's land and narrative. Is the narrative that the whole of this is politically driven, and the whole Igbo thing in the southwest, and in particular Lagos. All right. So let's talk about politically driven narrative. I don't believe there is anything politically driven on the whole. We might argue that the politicians might latch onto any issue, anything whatsoever. It could be the tribal issue, it could be anything, it could be economic, but those issues are there. And in this particular case now, this whole Lagos, Yoruba, Southwest Igbo thing, it's not artificial. No politician made it up from scratch. There is tension. Issue one, letele. They might then take advantage of that issue for their own gain, just as much as they can take advantage of anything. They can take advantage of the central bank. They didn't create central bank like that. It was there before them. And what I mean is this. So for someone to come here and say, oh, politicians are behind this, they're using you people, it's it sounds condescending in a way. And this is what I mean by that. So I will tell people, oh, one politician don't turn you. While I myself am willing to say that if I was obedient, if Peter Obi tells me to go and insult Yoruba people and call them names and do all these things, no, I will not listen to him because I'm a smart, independent individual. And that's me. But if Tinubu tell you to go and do it, you will listen. You would be stupid. That is what we mean. The Basokwe politician don't turn it because I don't believe I would do that, but somehow I believe you will do that. I'm better than you. So I don't think no politician is doing anything for anybody. Might take advantage of it. These issues are there, and I'll give specific examples. So let's go back to the governorship election in Lagos, Yoruba land. Gbadebo is this Yoruba boy and Igbo. He is both. So we should not deny him any of his side. For those who want to claim he's not Yoruba, you are wrong. And for those who want to erase his Igbo side, you're wrong. He's Igbo too. So Gbadebo came out for the House of Assembly and the House of Rep with the name Chinedu, as I was saying yesterday, by himself. He probably saw the posters, probably saw 1,000 copies. Chinedu, and was fine with that, recognizing that he's Igbo and there is no problem. So where the problem began is when certain Igbo groups, when they hold meetings in the southeast, and the outcome of this meeting is that we are going to take Lagos. Not only that, we have a son. His name is Gbadebo Chinedu Roads Bible. He would take Lagos for us. And then they would sponsor jingles on TV and radio saying, our son, nobody, but you are going to take Lagos for us. And then Gbadebo would come out. Yoruba people are expecting that, oh, good Yoruba boy. Gbadebo is going to condemn all these things. He's going to say, no, 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 I'm not taking any Lagos for you. This is my land. I just want to be governor. Rather than Gbadebo say, I dissociate myself with all these things, these Igbo people wanting to take Lagos, this is my stance instead. Gbadebo would come instead and say things like, I actually don't think in Yoruba. I actually think Yoruba lying to lie, tell lies. It's actually a classic Yoruba behavior. I actually think that Yorubas are by nature traitor, aka Afuja. I would actually troll you. At a point, Badibo actually became a troll on Twitter. He would put out posts saying things like, your kings in Lagos, they beheaded them, so vote for me. So it became like he was reduced to that point. So what we see here is that Badibo is not coming to say, I dissociate myself from this Igbo group saying their son, that is myself, would take Lagos for us. Rather, I would say things that seem to align. But then what? You Yoruba people, just pretend you don't see all these things and just bury your head in the sand and just keep flowing. No, human beings typically do not behave like that. Human beings typically do not pretend not to see the danger. When one group is saying this, and guess what? On social media, when you go as a Yoruba person, you criticize Gbadebo, who is supposed to be a Yoruba person. The Igbos will tell you he's Yoruba, we know. Okay, he's supposed to be Yoruba, and I criticize him as a Yoruba person. Guess who is coming to attack you? This swarm of population of people from the southeast, Igbo, you just be checking their name, Chijioke, Emerekuji, Gudu, Gudu, Gudu. They are the ones attacking you for criticizing your own brother. So let's just wake up and stop lying to ourselves. Something is actually wrong. And when the Yoruba saw that something is wrong, there is indeed an agenda by some people from the southeast to take Lagos from them, like they expressly made it. They didn't even, it's not even a tongue in a cheek comment, also clearly in it. And Gbadebo did not even do anything to deny it. So Yoruba people rightfully would say, Gbadebo, you are Yoruba, but go and sit down. You are moving like Igbo. And it doesn't matter if your mom is Igbo, your mom could be Igbira. In fact, you could be a total South African. If you move this way, you are South African, your father is Zulu, your mother is Kosa, but you live in Lagos, right? But then Igbos are saying this and you are saying you agree with them. Well, you are Igbo in that sense. You want to take Lagos and give it to the Igbo. So it's not about whether your mom is Igbo or anything. So the Yoruba people have every right to be very careful of this Igbo narrative. The Yoruba people did not push them to say these things. They willingly, they want to take Lagos for whatever reasons, and they said what they said, but they both aligned and we pushed back. Secondly, I want to talk about this whole Lagos is a no man's land narrative. So to say that Baba Jakonde had made this statement, oh, Jaja Wachuku had made this statement, so anyone who has made this statement is also right to say that. So that would be unfair, that would be disingenuous to say that, because that would mean that one is committing the logical fallacy of contextomy. So meaning that a word or a phrase would mean different things depending on the context you put them in. So if you have a whole paper, and in that paper, the phrase Lagos is no man's land appears somewhere there. To really know what that person means, you have to leave that statement, Lagos is a no man's land, leave it in the context of the surrounding words around it. That's what you get that's why how you get the import of what that person means by Lagos is no man's land. If you cut that statement away from the whole paper and paste it on a blank sheet somewhere, you most times would not understand what the author meant by Lagos is no man's land. So we have to go back to what Yawashuku meant. We have to go back to what their condemnment, and you have to go back to what these people mean when they say it on social media, like Charlie Boy. Go and look at that interview. Go and look at that my Igbo friend. When I talk to him, when he says Lagos is no man's land, in what context? That the Washoku was using it when they were proposing for Lagos to be a neutral ground zero in 1950 something. That is not the context in which Jakonde, for example, will use it. Jakonde will use it in the sense that Lagos is a good place. Everybody is welcome to come and be free here, come and be successful. We are nice people here. Totally different context from someone saying Lagos should not really be Yoruba land per se. It should be a ground zero. To the same statement, totally different meaning. So let's not commit context to me. And how do the typical Igbo person use it on social media? They use it in the context of me saying Lagos is Yoruba land, and this guy comes to say, no, Lagos is no man's land. If I tell you Lagos is Yoruba land, and your response is no, Lagos is no man's land, you cannot turn around and tell me the meaning of Lagos is no man's land that you meant is that Lagos is a good place that is welcoming, that people can be successful. That's not what you meant. You are trying to deny its Yorubaness the way you will not do for Ileife. Maybe they do this days, they say on Igbo and Ilefe, the way you will not do for some other part of Yoruba land, at least the way you will not do for your own self. Again, let's not commit this context to me fallacy. When they say Lagos is no man's land, like Jadawashuku did, like Charlie Boy did, like many Igbos did, thousands of them, we know exactly what they mean. Igbo Melulu are social media in the Yoruba political space, maybe thousands of them. And you see somebody tweet Lagos is no man's land, guess how many likes it has? Thousands also. So it's a popular thing. Let's not make it. So if you sample Igbo social media, a huge percentage of that sample, so I endorse it by their likes, by saying, yes, Lagos is indeed a neutral ground, not Yoruba, and so on. When they come, they make some tongue in a cheek comment and they tell you, well, you have your Yoruba culture, but Yoruba culture will change because the Igbos are here. I don't think that's a respectful comment to make by that guy that the Yoruba culture, if Yoruba culture want to change, let it be that the Yoruba people want it to change or they want to modify it in a certain way. Let it not be that because you are coming from the southeast and you want it to change and you're saying it to our faces that your culture will change because I am here and you must allow it that way. I think that doesn't make sense. So the next
All
one
right.
is more.
Thank you. Yeah, you spoke 7 minutes to Koja.
All
But
right.
Bobby,
I'll mute. Thanks.
okay. But they take 1 minute to wrap up so that it's not like I just cut you off midstream. Go ahead and just wrap up. It's fine. Are you done?
I'll just leave it there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for sharing what you have to say. I don't have anything I disagree with you on. Anything. I'm just tired of this discussion of who said no man's land or no man's land.
So, sorry, sir.
I
Sorry, sir.
think
I'm
it's
rushing.
just.
Let me just quickly add this, like that 1 minute. Like if you add, there might be no sir. So this whole Igbo thing. So there's a way people take Igbo. For example, we have Lagos, we have Yoruba land as a whole, and then because this is Nigeria, we have other ethnic groups in Yoruba land and Lagos in particular. So people do something when they chop this population into Yoruba and non-Yoruba. Of the non-Yoruba, the Igbos particularly and their spokespeople, they would now select Igbos from that non-Yoruba and want to make them look like there is a special right that Igbos have among the non-Yoruba group in ruling Yoruba land. I have seen this happen many, many, many times. See, this is how it works. Apart from the indigenes of Lagos and the Yoruba people by virtue of Lagos being Yoruba land, every other person that is non-Yoruba is the same. Why? Because the context is Nigeria. So Nigeria grants you as an Igbo man in Lagos. Guess how many rights you have? The right that the Igbira man in Lagos has is the same right you Igbo have. Igbira, Ibibio, Kanuri, Hausa, Fulani, Ijo. Guess what? They are like Igbo. So when you come to argue all these things, Igbo man, listen, you are just like all these people that I mentioned. Nothing. And if you want to say you invest, you're a stakeholder. Guess who is a stakeholder? Anybody that lives in Lagos, there is stakeholder. So you are equal in that right. So the only person that is better or maybe different, I will not use better, different than you in the southwest would be the Yoruba person and the indigenous of Lagos. Every other person, you are equal before the constitution of Nigeria. And if you want to bring the business angle, I don't really see it like that. So the guy who must be bringing that angle will be Dangote. Dangote would then argue that the next governor of Lagos should be Hausa people. If you want to go the route of business, now we be the biggest investors. Those are the Hausa people. Those are the non-Nigerian. Any other thing apart from business, which there's really not no law to back that up to say, oh, because you invested, you must be governor. There's really nothing. It's just sentiment. Take that away, and you want to go by law. Every other person, Igbira,
All right. Thank you.
you
At
are the
this point, I
same.
think you are
You are the
done.
same as those people in
Thank you,
Lagos.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Uh, um, Beautiful Flower, can you just go to the next person? I don't think I want to respond anymore to that. Let's just keep it moving. Let the others on queue get their time. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Alaba. Efika, please go on, and then I'll call the next queue.
Thank you very much, Olabola. Igbos and Yoruba, they are not conjoined twins. that when you mention Yoruba, the next ethnicity you want to mention is Igbo. No. In short, we rather even mention Benin because they are our close brother.
Please leave us alone. No, 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 no. Please.
No, wait
Please.
now, wait now.
They will soon claim Lagos now. You start crying, though. Benin will claim Lagos now. Then you
No,
start shouting.
no, Benin,
Eh?
no, you know,
Eh? You know it's Benin that own Lagos. You know that. Let me first start that wahala right here. Well, I hope what's the name of that guy that is always dragging me again? What's that? My name is Oduduwa people. What's his name again? My guy, Abromi. He will still start dragging me now because we are going to go to Benin. That who even want this Lagos? Everybody is shouting. Is it not the Benin people? Eh? Let's go there. Yeah, but, let me just
no,
cause
I
more
think
confusion here.
where I was going
Back
with
to you.
that, where I was going with that was that in history, we have interacted with this group, Nupe, Benin, long ago, long ago. So when you want to mention people who have this filial relationship with Yoruba, historically, they are these people. That's why Oshodi Tapa, Oshodi Tapa, in same Oshodi, is a Nupe name, you know. So my point is that when you are mentioning the people who are non-Lagosian, who are not indigenous of Lagos or indigenous to Yoruba, not only Igbo, there are several other ethnic groups. Okay, I wanted to correct some narrative. What I see that Akin and some people have done on this space is this crucifixion of the Yoruba people and trying to label us as people who are not accommodating to others. And this is actually fallacious. This is lie. If you want to talk about the part of Nigeria that have been extremely liberal, which we are trying to correct now, extremely liberal to other groups. In this Yoruba land, Igbos, even Benue man has been elected as House of Rep members, as House of Assembly members. Again, as have been appointed commissioners. I've even used the slots of Lagos to be appointed DG of what was the name of this budget, this thing, federal budget, I forgot, is it DM what they call it? You know, so mention which part of Nigeria has elected a Yoruba man as House of Rep members. Let's hear. So the people who have actually practiced that liberalism, that accommodating nature, that omoluabi nature, that thing that you, now that the Yoruba are saying, this our liberalism is turning to mummuness, and they are trying to correct a lot of these things, then they are now being labeled they are this. Man, if you want what's it called? You want inclusion, why not start it? Oh, there is a Yoruba man who is a permanent secretary in one ministry. We know who a permanent secretary is.
Yeah, there is one in Anambra. There has been
Any
one in
land
Anambra.
now,
Sorry for
who
interrupting.
is this? Any land. Oh, there's a Yoruba man. I know that's the excuse that you guys are going to bring. You are not talking to fools here.
No, you asked a question. I
I
answered you. I'm not fighting.
did not ask you a question. I said, oh, I know that was the excuse. That's where I'm going. We know who a permanent secretary is.
But you ask a question. I don't get upset that somebody
A
answered
question.
you.
So I did not ask him a question. I'm
Okay.
just trying to say that was going to be the excuse they're going to go. I did not ask him a question. I said, oh, they are going to say there is a man who is a permanent secretary in Anambra. And I want to go, who is a
No,
permanent
you
secretary?
said name me anywhere. Name me anywhere. That was a question. And
I
I
said
said there has been a special
I'm valuing
advisor
your
as
mind.
Yorubas in
Okay,
Igbo
he
Mute
land.
has
your
taken
mind,
back
Joe.
his
Mute
question.
your
All
mind.
right, sir.
Don't come
Can
and
we have
gaslight me.
peace?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hello? Okay, okay, sir. You have said it's not a question. Can you please continue with your submission, sir?
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir. I did not ask you a question. I said elected. I mentioned the word elected. Permanent secretary position is not elected. It's
Can you please stop and go on with your submission? I'm going to have to
so
drop you.
if you want to
Okay?
use the excuse of there is a man who is a permanent secretary in Anambra. You know how many permanent secretaries who are Igbos that have passed through Lagos State Civil Service, that have passed through Oyo State Civil Service, that have passed through the Ogun State Civil Service? You just have one in how many years history of Yoruba of Nigeria? And
Okay, you know you have, hold on. Let me just remind you. You have 3 minutes and you are spending the 2.5 of it talking about what you say you didn't
okay,
ask.
no,
Can you
I'm
just
just
move?
giving
Can
an
you just move
example,
on?
sir. I'm just saying that.
Let me help you. Let me help you in case you don't know what you really want to say. And it's a fact. Several southeastern states actually have rules that prohibit elective offices for non-indigenous. Said food chest is a fact, and that's correct. They have it. So move on.
Okay,
They do have that.
that is where I'm going. So my point is that for you to have all of that, where you don't sell land to people. I'm talking from experience here because I live in Izombe. I work on the oil rig in Adax Petroleum, so nobody can tell me anything about that area. Do you understand? So you don't do all of that in your own region. You don't include other people. You know, when I will start to agree with many of you with the way you are pushing this one Nigeria thing, is when I see you elect a Fulani man as governor of Anambra. That is when I will say, yes, I think now they are talking. But you don't allow people, you don't give the type of leverage you are expecting to be given or that you're already being given. Uche, I live in Oshodi. Uche was House of Rep member. You know what Uche was doing? The constituency project that's supposed to be in Oshodi, my own constituency, Uche was taking it to Imo. Uche was taking it to Imo. So that was what that man was trying to explain to Dr. Kwe that time. That when you are elected to all this thing, don't use that opportunity to now be using it for the advantage that the people you elected you to govern or to represent. You are taking it to elsewhere. What integration is that? Uche was taking our own district to Imo. Was he elected in Imo? So these are the why people are saying no. It's not going to continue. It's not going to continue. Then I also heard a lot of this thing here, block vote. I don't know. This block vote, America is different from Nigeria. In America, the indigenous people will not allow that if they have power. We know this. We still have indigenous people who have power in Nigeria. That's why we are saying we are not allowing it. If you are reverse the hand of time, if the indigenous people are the ones that have power governing their land in Nebraska or anywhere, they will do this thing that we are doing. Because in UK they are doing it now. Look at the response of that boy to Kemi. People think that when you talk about England, you think people don't have tribes? The Celtic, the Anglo-Saxon, you think they don't also have their own tribes? They don't remember where they come from. When Kemi was trying to say they told her where she come from. And that's the point of those people that have been saying, hey, forget our tribe. Then
Fact check.
one
It's
minute.
not there. It's another Nigerian person that told her that, and that's one person.
Okay.
Let's not make these things what they are
Okay,
not.
sir.
And Igbos do sell land to people
No,
outside of Igbo land. I have
maybe you
friends
did
that have
not see
land there.
the post I'm talking about. It's a white man that responded to her, not the black
Okay.
person.
So Igbos sell land in their areas
Esther,
plenty. Okay.
I lived in that place. I bought land.
I did
You
too.
are telling me I'm speaking from that's why I say I'm speaking from my experience. I'm not speaking because of essay. I've traversed the whole of Southeast.
I just told you I served there and I stayed 1 year
Okay, sir.
after in
Then
Enugu.
Another
So
point I wanted to
don't tell
bring
me.
up is this lie that people swear. Hey, one Igbo just said one thing. One Igbo just Oga, go and listen to Iwachuku, the President General, the immediate past President General of South of Ohaneze Ndigbo, who even expressed himself that I am the president of Ohaneze Ndigbo. Go and listen to what he said. He said Lagos was a slum. Igbo came and developed Kiniko, and said in one way, just say Lagos is look. So when the leaders of a group or the leader of a group are saying things that the people online are saying, when Obi went on a station, said, they no, we Igbo, now we can't be Nigerian pass, now we Kiniko. What is it trying to imply? When he was reading that one Yoruba guy that did something on WhatsApp, on the news, reading what the tweet of just one Yoruba, does that mean all Yoruba? So when the leader of a group are saying the same thing that the people online are saying, when the intellectuals of a group, the Professor Mogalu of this world, are saying the same thing that we are hearing here, then it's all the group. That's what all the group think.
No bring my own guy here. No bring more guys
But
inside this matter.
he said a lot of derogatory terms. So
now my candidate be that too. I beg.
he's saying the same thing that these guys are saying. So when people say just one Igbo, it's one Igbo.
F.U. Mogalule Otilomo politics.
The intellectuals, the lawyers, the thinkers in Igbo land, they are thinking the same way. These ones on this app are thinking. So I don't want to believe that it's just one man, it's just one person. It's not one person. It's like a group thing. It's like we cannot be gaslighted by that. Then, Esther, there is also a book. Maybe you will find out. Now, that point that I said now, they are also saying right now, they went to write a book, a textbook that a government in a state approved to be educating people in the Southeast, that Igbos are the founders of Ife, and they are the Obatala. You understand? You can see what I put on my
Abba.
I can share the book to you. There is a book.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yes.
Does Obatala sound like
Yes,
Igbo
I'm telling you now. I'm telling you what is happening that you are not aware of. They wrote a whole book, textbook, approved by government in the Southeast to teach GSS3 to SS3 to tell them that
A book with no name. A book with no name.
I will bring the book. Don't worry. I will put it in the chat. Don't worry. The book here.
But it's not memorable enough for you to remember the name.
I will bring the book. You don't have to.
But it doesn't have a name.
The one people can gaslight.
Just say the name. Don't bring the book. What's the name of the book?
Leave the name first. I will bring the book.
Leave the name. Leave the name, but believe you, right?
All right. Kenny, stop interrupting him.
The section of the book, that states what I'm saying, I'll bring it out. The name of the book, I'll bring it.
Go and bring Bonka. Your guy, let Bonka come and
which state is that? What's the name of the book and what state?
I said I will bring it out.
No state, no book name, but believe you.
I will put it. No, it's not about you believe me. I speak with fact. I don't speak on emotion like many of you. Anything I'm saying here, I have fact to it. The video of Ohaneze, the president, I put it in the chat already. I'll bring this textbook. I'll bring it here. So don't come here and gaslight. The people like me cannot be gaslighted. You understand? So let's forget all these things. So that's one point. The point I'm just making. This idea that is just one you go out of is a lie. It's like there is a group where all these things they come from, where the intellectual are just there back. Go and listen to Shimamanda too. So let's leave this lies that is just one Kiniko. Sir, there is an APC guy who is Igbo, who also said that now their plan right now is to, they agree that Obi should be the president. All the IPOB guys, go and see all of them. They have changed their name to Yoruba and Hausa. That is the game they want to, so that to give Obi a national spread. That is another thing they are planning to do in this election that is coming. So we know all this game. They see as they go. We cannot be gaslighted to be saying that. So I can also come back and talk about the solution to this. I have solution to all of this problem. This thing was not like this before.
Thank you.
I don't like it, but I don't want to continue. But if people continue to gaslight the Yoruba and be lying on us, and we have been tolerant, this tolerance you're asking for, we have been for generations. It's part of our ethos. We want to continue, but right now there is no going back. We want to conserve the remaining thing. And somebody said, let us change our culture. The culture does not change. We don't want to change. We have the right to say we don't want our culture to change. Like, why do you think you should come and change it? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Olami.
Olamide Binu, my Binu Jo, Aburo, no verse. But go ahead, beautiful
yes.
flower.
So I'm going to create a new queue. When you come up, no need to raise up your hand. Don't worry. I know as I'm bringing you up. So the queue is Chijoke will go. The beloved, are you here? Can you hear me? Let me make sure you can hear me. Your network has been bad. The beloved. The beloved, if you can hear me, we cannot hear you. Egbon is down as well. Their network is bad. So I'm going to try and bring you up again. All right. So Chijoke will go. The beloved will go. Pantheon would go. Omoluabi would go. Abimbola will go. Oyeka will go. Akukaria will go. Eko, Egbon, and Kenny. I'll say it again. Chijoke, please go on.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon. Yeah, thanks for bringing me up to speak. I've already kind of spoke on this topic before, but I just, well, first of all, let me just say it first. I am not from. I don't reside in Lagos. I don't really have much business with Lagos. I've only been to Lagos a few times, and the few times I went there, I did not like it because of the traffic. So I can't see myself living in Lagos to start with. So that's that. But the issue is now we've all been forced to talk about Lagos because whenever the issue of tribalism, Igbophobia comes up, is all centered around that one place, Lagos. So actually, so that's why everyone has to now talk about Lagos. Because if you're an Igbo man and you're being called Igbo this, well, you have to answer to the call and, speak on your own behalf. So basically, here's it. The reason that brought me up here is to debunk this thing about, I heard the doctor, I think it's Dr. Ope. I hope I said it. Yeah, Dr. Ope. I heard you trying to tell someone that you haven't really had any major or prominent Igbo people pushing this Lagos is no man's land. And as you're asking the person, someone jumped up and said, oh, no. Ohaneze Ndibo said it. Ohaneze Ndibo said it. And that's when I pressed my request button. That is a lie. And we need to debunk it. I've put it up on the Jumbotron. I've put the article up on the Jumbotron. So anyone that comes up here to say that Ohaneze Ndibo came to say that Lagos is a no man's land, I beg, can you just mute the person and kick them out? Because that is a bold-faced lie. It is not true. Ohaneze Ndibo was trying to advocate, following the elections of 2023, saying that Igbos are being maltreated in terms of voting and even contesting. That's what they were trying to say. They pushed a message to say, like, listen, Igbos are being maltreated for, they are not being allowed to vote. They're not being allowed to contest. Sorry about that. So they were trying to say Igbos are not being allowed to contest or vote. And then someone reaction and said to the person, to the Ohaneze Ndigbo president that said, that person now said, oh, by the way, as a Yoruba person that said it, they said, oh, by the way, Lagos is not a no man's land. So never did Ohaneze actually say that. So that's the first thing. Now let's come to what Dr. Ope actually posted about that Jakande saying Lagos is no man's land, right? Let's agree that Jimmy Wachuku was the first person that said it in 1947 when Lagos was still a capital, right? So he said it then when Lagos was still a capital. All Jakande was actually trying to do was reaffirm. Oh, shit.
It's like we lost him.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think. All right. Call the next person.
Okay.
He can take his mic back.
Please,
Oh,
Call.
Chijoke, I think we lost you.
the evidence
No.
is on the jumbotron as in the chat. If you need it, Mr. Kenny, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. You made a claim and you brought your evidence. Thank you, Olami. Chijoke, if you can hear us, we can no longer hear you. So if you can exit the room and come back, I'll replace your lost time. Your mic, I cannot see your mic. So if you can hear me, leave the room and come back and I'll bring you your beloved. I don't think the beloved wants to speak. Oh, your network is actually out of the room. So Pantheon, please go on.
Good afternoon, or good evening, or good night. I've been up since. Okay, it's okay. I think Mr. Omobola or something like that had actually like summarized or what I wanted to say, and I think the theme of this discussion should have been Igbophobia versus Yorubaphobia. How did we get here? Instead of real enmity or manipulation, it's what I thought. And then I would speak from the point of view of
I will wait for you if you like. I think it's right. I think we should do that. But this is good too. All of it. Go. But
I would speak from the point of view of a Yoruba person, and then I would like to state from the beginning that I would be biased towards my my ethnic group here. But then I think personally, I think what really led us here wasn't the 2023 election, but then the 2023 election made what was latent before more pronounced. So, and then I would like to say this before now. In fact, I could say that most millennials, Yorubas, and even the Gen Zs are liberal to people. I will tell you. But then in the course of 2023 elections and afterwards, I can say, at least if I speak from my own point of view, I can say that a lot had become more conservative. And then becoming more conservative is not a one thing. I think it's a global wave that we are seeing now. It's let's just say it's a global period of conservatism. Even in the US, the Obama is a Republican, but we saw the MAGA Trump. We saw that they are actually
actually, I mean, no. Let me correct that. Actually, I'm independent, right-leaning, independent person. Okay, I'm not really Republican because I don't vote for them all the time. I just wanted to correct that. I'm definitely conservative right, 100%, but not party affiliated. Go ahead.
okay. So I would just like to point us out that we are in a global wave of conservatism. The white people have been liberal to stupor. I can tell you. Only, in fact, we don't have any country in Africa where you can just live for like 5 years. I live in Germany for the past 4 years, and then by next year I'm due for German passport. If I consider the fact that I already have B1 German certificate, I am already due. But then it can't happen. We can't actually like point out to where it happens in Black Africa or something like that, or even the Moroccans who don't claim to be Africans. So my point is now that white people now are even more or trying to go towards conservatism because they themselves thought of it. Okay, in the end, we get replaced, and then it goes on like that and like that. So my point is that the Yorubas would say "Ajá tó rí ni tó ń jùrù tẹ́lẹ̀ So I would like to translate that. A dog that normally wags her tail or his or her tail when he or she sees you, and then suddenly this dog starts barking, then we should know something is wrong somewhere. Mr. Olabola had touched on most of those points. For instance, there is still a tweet standing by one Neduani or something like that, who says categorically that Lagos is no man's land. And then that tweet had significant number of likes. If we take it that some people like to like tweets for liking stuff, if I normally do the math and then I put it at average, then the other average, then I assume that they really believed that Lagos is no man's land. And then as someone whose both parents are indigenous to present Lagos State, I take that personally. I take it personally. And then I'm telling you for a fact now that I live in Germany. My wife, who is from Oyo State, had categorically stated to three Igbo people that my husband came from Lagos. And then they kept probing her that where did he really came from? And then my wife like, he came from Lagos. And then they still ask, okay, where did he really came from? And then I start imagining, okay, perhaps I didn't believe it before because like I said, I was like liberal to stupor. But then I decided to like put on my thinking cap and then, okay, it seems to be that perhaps not all of them, but then the significant number of Igbo people actually believed that Lagos is no man's land. And that's number one point of how we got here. It's no politicians. It's what some Igbo people had said. Secondly, the last election, obedient people I've had people spoken before me who said that it wasn't only the Igbo people that voted for Peter Obi in Lagos, the Yoruba people voted for Peter Obi, etc. like that. But then when Igbo influencers were saying that Igbo people voted for Peter Obi, they never said that Yoruba people voted along that line that ensured that Peter Obi won. They postured the victory as an Igbo victory. And then Yoruba people voted, which I myself belong to that category. Even if I were to be in Lagos that time, I would have voted for Obi too. And then my brothers who are in Lagos voted for Obi. They felt betrayed aftermath what they saw on Twitter, where the Igbo-dominated Labour Party and Obedience on Twitter actually colored everybody with the same brush. And as a matter of fact, that event actually courted Tinubu, a friend or group of people that he never thought he would have going forward to 2027 self. That's the second way or second part that we are here. The third part is that, and then I would go towards personal disposition here. I have a friend, Nemeka. So we were obedient to along the line, but then along the line, I decided to, okay, with what I saw, I think the northern people overwhelmingly voted for Tinubu, and then there's no reason why I would contest that he didn't legitimately win. So I think the fact that I withdrew from at that point, I made an enemy. And then here's my point. Nnameka never met Obi personally. He never benefited from Obi in any way. I bailed Nnameka out several times in most ways. But then Nnameka threw me under the bus simply because I changed course. Don't I have the right to change course or to change reason? As at the time I thought, okay, my reason should change. And then this person did not only curse me in my personal DM, he went on his social media and WhatsApp status throwing jibes at me and my family. And then it's at that point, although it doesn't make sense that one individual person did that to me, but I would say personally that changed a lot in me. because Nnameka did not see me as a supporter of Peter Obi or as an obedient. Because I am Yoruba, he felt that simply because I'm a Yoruba, I don't have true allegiance to Peter Obi. And then I tried to explain to him, and then I tried to explain to several people the economics of voting. Professor Downs, 1957, actually explained it under the National Shield story. Professor Downs said, okay, every person going into the election, either the guy on the ballot or the guy who is voting, they are rational human beings. And then they are selfish, consequentially. So, which simply means that if I were to vote for a particular candidate, then as a rational human being, I have my reasons of voting the person. That reason does not matter. In fact, I can vote bad simply because he wears Google all the time, or simply because I just like the fact that I felt he's feeble, and then I can vote without be because I thought, okay, I think he's the best man for the job.
Can you
You
round
don't
up
have to
in
calculate it.
30 seconds, please?
Okay, so my point is that why we got here is because Igbo people probed Yoruba people for a long time. In fact, they even did it to the Hausas for 8 years. Buhari, lots of Igbo influencers who are claiming sin today did lots of I don't know, gory statements against Hausas. But the Yorubas had actually fought back, and then we are now here. So that's my point. But then I would also like to round up by saying that we must not flummox Lagos Island local government and Lagos Island East LCDA today as the whole of Lagos State. No, the Lagos that was a federal territory, or that we can say, okay, federal government had federal presence, was in the present day Lagos Island and Lagos Island East, whose border is at Enmity and Ido. It does not pertain to Lagos State today,
Thank you.
whose border is at Ogijo, Agbara, etc. like that. No. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I gave you time because you take your time. So you spent 8 minutes instead of 5. Thank you, Pantheon. It's going to be Omoluabi.
Beautiful. Sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to let Ethical know that I haven't seen the receipt. He just posted a paragraph of something. No state, no name of the book. So I'm still waiting
Why are
for
you
him to
pressing
post
Okay,
it, please.
reply
Ethica's
that.
neck
This is
now?
the
Okay,
best way.
can I
Wait,
have 1 minute? Can
Etika,
I
wait,
just have
Etika, wait.
1
I'll
minute,
give both
please?
of you time. I think you guys want to have a backup. So just give me 1 second, right? Both of you. Hang on.
Why are you pressing his neck now? It's my
No, no,
brother. Don't press
no,
his
they
neck
want to
like that.
press. They want to.
Yeah, it may break.
They want to.
His neck may
No,
break. Oh.
if you just give
No,
me
wait,
1 minute,
Etika,
Or he
because
just
may
wait.
go and
Just
bring
wait. Just wait.
Donkai to
Just wait.
this.
Don't worry.
Don't let the man
Yeah,
go and mobilize the
just wait.
Donkai. I
So,
beg. Donkai may show up here.
no,
Sorry, Dari.
no, no,
Beautiful
no,
plan.
no, no problem, sir. Uh, sometimes they meet themselves in neutral spaces, and so it's an opportunity to hash out some things. I understand, but you guys just wait. Omoluabi, Abimbola, Oyeka, Akokaria. Those are the 4 people that are going, and then I'll take Ethical and Kenny for a little bit. So, Omoluabi, thank you for your patience. Go on.
thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Okwe, and I greet everybody in the house. What a discussion. Yoruba versus Igbophobic versus Yorubaphobic are the real enemy. So let me give you my own experience. I was born and bred in the northern part of Nigeria. I'm not just talking about ordinary northern Nigeria. I'm talking about Kano State. And I'm not talking about just Kano State. I'm not talking about giving birth to in Sabangari or giving birth to in Brigade or all this place. I was given birth to in Open Nasarawa. My house is a few meters away from the palace of the Emir of Kano. I'm saying this is, I need us to listen very well. And I think I spent the first 2 decades of my life in that place. So practically my entire everything about me is formed from that place before I moved to the southwest and then later moved back to come and work in Abuja. Now, in all my years I lived in Kano, let me tell you one thing I realized. no matter how much you invest, you can never be, you cannot be, I don't know what word to use for it, but invariably, let me give you a simple analogy. Is to say that because you lived in a house for 40 years, that house automatically becomes your own. It won't happen. And let me give you an example. When we give birth, I remember after when we in our compound where we live in Kopanasara, in Alhaji Inuamima's house, when we give birth, when we're to do a naming ceremony, because in our own birthdays and our parties, we drink beer. So what we do is that we leave, we packed out of that place and go to Savangari where beers and everything are allowed. When we moved to Gadankaya, very close to the Bayero University, in that same place as well, when we're having our naming ceremony, we take it straight. Even those that are Muslims are among us, when it comes to doing the proper Owambe, we take it to Savangari. Now, the thing is this, that my grandmother got to Kano even before independence. And she's lived there all her life until late when she was about almost 80 before she moved back to the Southwest. You see, the reason I'm saying this thing is that, you see, sometimes we use this word in passing, respect. We don't understand what it really means. So you see, you cannot say you contribute XYZ to XYZ, and then because of that, you rub it on their face. And I'll give you another example. I was in a certain country and I have a very good friend who had lived there for 25 years. And the people around there so love him so much that you will never even know that he's not from that part of the world. Until I sat down with him and I started discussing with him. He said, you get to a place, first understand how the people live. Understand what triggers them. Understand what they don't like. You can, no matter how many years you spend in that place, you can be part of them. But one of those things that make you become part of them is to respect what they hold dearly. And that's why I will continue to say, I'm talking about respect now. It's not that we cannot exercise our right in Kano to say that because we are indigenous, we are citizens of Nigeria, we can do party wherever we want to do it. But these people say to us categorically that this is not obtainable in our place. We don't want it. The church I attend is the Apostolic Church. We have to leave from Savangari to go to the Apostolic Church. It took almost 10 years before we negotiate before we were able to get a space in Panshekara. It took us 10 good years. But you see, this same group of people, when my auntie needed a job, it took a malam to take her to say that MD of so place. This girl, he didn't even refer to her as a Yoruba person. He referred to her as my daughter. She just finished secondary school. I need you to give her a job. And she got a job. Three of my aunties did that with Nigerian Airways and one other company. They do that not because we are citizens of Nigeria. It's because there are things they were doing that we respected. We keep it to them that this is your thing. This is how you want to do it. We respect them for it. In Ghana, where we were living, my stepdad bought a car for him to do a airport taxi. After 1 month, that car was stolen in our house. And I remember that the landlord that owns our house had to come and meet my stepdad and solicit with us and actually say to us that you can live for whatever year you want to live until you are able to sort out yourself and back on your feet. Then you started paying rent. And it took my stepfather waited for 3 years before in fact, that it was after 2 years he wants to pay. And then when he wants to pay, he said, let me pay you the backlog. And the man said, no, I didn't ask you to pay me the backlog. I'm only saying to you that, are you okay to pay? Now, if you want to pay, just pay me what you usually pay for this year. And then the man said, okay, from my own part, by end of this year, come and pay. Why did they do that? Respect. And for me, you see, no matter how much value you bring to people, no matter how much economic benefit you bring to them, please, I beg you in the name of God, don't rub it on their face. Stop saying to them they are lazy. Stop saying to them they cannot sell their father's house and everything and they expect to be respected. Even in developed society where some people live, there are certain things, despite the fact that you have a citizen of that country, they will say it to your face. We know you are a citizen of this country, but there are certain things you know that they will tell you to your face. And you yourself, you respect yourself. Not because you cannot exercise your rights, but it's just a question of understanding. Use your emotional intelligence to understand where respect is needed. Yes, our constitutions give us power to do anything where we are. I've also said to people like this, go to Kano State, go to Sabongari. The majority of Sabongari, we know people that are living there. We all come from elsewhere. My primary school was there. My secondary school was there. I schooled in Rimi City. My grandmother took me to the school. They said to my grandmother, they cannot admit me. It took a tailor in front of my house to ask my mother that what happened. My grandmother said they didn't admit him because of where he comes from. This one is a story. I'm almost 50 now. I'm telling you a story that happened in early age. This is not story that it's not that I was told. It is me that it happens to. In my first 2 years, the man that took me to my grandmother took me there. They said no. The man that took me back to that school, they changed my name to Ibrahim Idi. My first Rimi City primary school that I attended, where Rimi City is a popular primary school, I changed my name to Ibrahim. They call me Ibrahim Idi for them to admit me into that school. Why am I saying all this? My grandmother could have said, no, I cannot change my son's name. But after primary three, I went back to Baptist school, which is in far. And what my grandmother was running away from is that place I had to go to Sabongari to go and school because it's far away from me. It's like going from Marabayanya, from Marabayanya to come and school in Wuse too. And my grandmother said, no, she cannot allow me to do that. But look, it is the principal categorically looked at me and said that no. He said to my grandmother, I cannot admit you because our children, we are still begging them to come to school. But you cannot just come. But the next hour, in between that, the man that took me back said, this boy is my son. And they admitted me immediately. But guess what? It's not a problem. Because means you respect people's um, 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 whatever they believe in. But honestly speaking, if we get to a point in our lives, even in our own house, I always say to people, you need to have your emotional intelligence intact to understand that everybody cannot be on the same page with you. Some people hold it dearly to themselves, and there's nothing you can do for them to say that this is what you are doing to us that we don't like. And if you cannot stop
Thank you.
doing this, you understand? And for me, what I just want all of us to understand is that we are all Nigerians. We are all citizens of this country. But please, irrespective of what value you brought into that space you are given, or that space you find yourself, or how billion you have owned, please don't rub it on the people in those locations, because where the problem always starts is when you start rubbing it on their faces and you are telling them they are lazy and you're telling them they are not this, they are not that. I tell you one thing, before now we know that certain tribe in Nigeria sells spare parts. Go to some practical northern part of Nigeria now. There are things that a average northerner will not do. Now they are doing it. What do you think pushed them to that point? It's because of this issue of you telling people it's because you know how to do this thing. They don't know how to do it. They are lazy. That's why they started. Now they do everything. Please, at any space you find yourself, irrespective of the year you have lived in that place, just understand your emotion intelligent to say that I respect you for what you don't. If they say this is what you don't want, please just use your emotional intelligence to say, okay, they don't want it. Let's leave it for
Thank
them.
you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Omoluabi, and thank you for bringing that personal perspective. Abimbola, you're next. Please go on. Omoluabi, I'll move you as well. I'll bring you back if you come back. Okay.
Hi,
Abimbola, go on.
good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Dr. Okpe, it's been a long time. I think I followed you when you started doing your write-up a lot about government affairs and how, government can do things better and your thoughts. I think this was about 2 or 3 years ago. And then I noticed you suddenly, probably you stopped. I used to put you on notification because it was always interesting reading your perspective, on an alternative way to doing things in Nigeria. And I think conversations like this, obviously just help. But since listening to this conversation the last 2 hours, one thing I've noticed that nobody has said their next door neighbor has probably propagated any one of these online bandit or warrior comments about somebody owns Lagos, Lagos is no man's land, because it begins to be a worry when, if you live in, for this conversation, you live in Festac or Satellite Town, maybe if anyone had any experience about, their friend, because I listened to, few people who had given their own experiences and there's no personal experiences from your friend. Dr. Okwe mentioned that he has a friend who is of Igbo um, origin, and I don't like to use the word tribe, especially when I'm traveling abroad or anywhere. Somebody asks me, "Where are you from?" I say, "I'm a Nigerian," and they say, "Where exactly are you from in Nigeria?" I say, "How does that matter? How does that matter?" Because if you go to America or probably the UK or Europe, they are trying to remove, ethnicity and tribe. That's the reason why when you apply for a job in the UK now, you don't put if you're black, white, green, you don't even put a name, they just attach a number to you and then they can interview you because nobody wants to be sued. And this is where system, and process works. In Nigeria, we're still a far cry. And it's so sad if for somebody like me, I don't know about a lot of you guys here, and girls or ladies, whichever one, you like to ascribe to yourself. You went to secondary and primary school where there were so many people of other tribe, and for a lot of people who schooled in Lagos, whether it's King's College, St. Finbar's College, CMS Grammar School, a lot of your contemporaries, your classmates, they were Igbo. I didn't even realize there was something called Igbo all through when I was in secondary school in Nigeria. And a lot of my friends still date. They're even from, diverse tribe. I never even knew that they were Igbo because they only speak Yoruba to me, even while we were in school or, at some point in time when we were in uni. And this madness only just started during the election period. And the politicians are happy to use this and weaponize that. And I ask again, does your next door neighbor affiliate or see you differently? And there had always been this silent thing against other tribes. Some people will tell you that, oh, we cannot give our house or our flat or apartment to an Igbo person. And then they are happy to use one person's experience and generalize. Then when you want to enter probably America or UK or Europe and they begin to discriminate against you, you begin to shout when you do the same thing back home. I'd always say this among, whenever I'm in Europe to my friends, that Nigerians are the most racist people in the world. We just don't know. We are like licensed racist people. And I always tell them that it's only when you go back to your country that you will know that Nigerians are the definition of racism, which we call, racism here. Because everything is tribalistic, everything is, and it's so sad because I have a picture, and I probably hope I can post that picture. It was a picture of a black man and a white woman with a baby, and that baby was happy to just play with the white man. Sorry, the black man. He just extended, one hand, and he was just laughing, and he says that this is where racism started from. When we begin to see, tribe, whether you like it or not, tribe is something a problem. If you go to America, yes, they might have the black and white, but their legislation and their laws which obviously, guys, I mean, years ago, I mean, Dr. Kwe is here. He probably wouldn't have been able to get, you know, he probably wouldn't have been able to get, you know, a bank account, if it was in the days in America. Right now, it's totally different. And in the UK, is likewise the same. But in Nigeria, we still don't do, what we have learned from what they show us in the abroad. And it's sad, to be honest with you, when we continue to say this, people now see somebody who you've known for the last 40, 30 years as suddenly an Igbo person or a Bini person, and we're now dragging. Now, to the context of the matter, which is about, people who live in Lagos and all of that. You've always lived a good life. You've always lived freely. A lot of your friends are like that. What I know abroad is that competition brings healthy rivalry. That's why you would see.
Okay, okay,
Sorry, someone's mic is on.
I
I don't know.
love to.
Someone's mic is on. I don't know.
Okay, I
Someone's mic is on.
Free chicken lè jí wa nù free chicken gbé jáde kó warm ẹ̀ and it's good chicken.
okay.
All right, thank you, Robodo. So, and this is where the problem is. So you go abroad, the McDonald's and the KFC can be on the same street. Healthy competition, healthy rivalry brings out the best in them. What is it about Lagos? What is it about Nigeria? Yes, Lagosians and Yoruba people are proud of their tribe and everything. A lot of people who went to Ojude Oba probably a couple of months, 2 months ago, I don't think anybody has any excuse to say that they didn't enjoy their tribe. I don't think at the end of December, at the end of the year, when there is the mad rush to Lagos and all the carnivals are going on, I don't think anybody disrupts, the tradition of Lagos or Yorubas and all of that. But we fail to look at the individual aspect of this and probably just hold on to online warriors and people who make all these comments. And then you and I go back home to our lounges in Lekki and we still see our Igbo friend and we don't have this conversation. But then we're happy to have the conversation online. These are the political machinery that are being deployed. Now, the question when people keep mentioning that, some certain people, Igbo people, are the ones saying this, or when they said this, and I ask you again, 2 years ago, how important were these people? 2 years ago, you see, we take a lot of these things serious rather than not just condemning them and have people condemn them. When the issue of Buhari was a clone was on for years, it was a certain set of people who were going on about it. Buhari has come and go now. Oju everybody tija. So people can now say that those things actually real. At what point do Nigerians actually learn from a lot of these things? At what point do we continue to make a fool of ourselves? Because a lot of the time, a lot of these conversations, is just funny. I'll round up by saying this. When the Yoruba Nation thing was gathering up, I had friends who were Yoruba, and I told them, I said, but in 2023, the next president will come from the Southwest. If it becomes Tinubu, are you still going to be saying that Yoruba must secede, Oduduwa Nation must go? This is the foolery they put all of us. A lot of the time, the average Nigerians do not open their mind and be logic and analytical. Ask questions. I'm not saying whatever we do. They've done a lot of things around people paying tithes and all of that. People started asking questions. But when it becomes some of these narratives that are being pushed, we never seem to have this conversation. And that's why conversations like this, where we are having, makes a lot of sense. I don't know by saying this. It's very easy for people like Dr. Okwe to say that, we need to be tolerant and all of that. But the question for me, what is actually on ground? Are people not tolerant of each other? Why would I go out to a lounge in Lagos and all my friends are Igbo friends? Why does the like of all of the Obi Kubana and all of that still have friends who are from Yoruba? It's just because they are making do in their own small circle. Whatever circle you have as a Nigerian, and I will use the word as a Nigerian, make sure to imbibe what is right, rather than all these unnecessary things that we are going through as a country now. Your culture is your culture. If you let anybody take it out of you or your hand, that is because you want them to take it. But nobody has actually said, no, do not practice your culture. And this is where I don't understand about the Lagos thing and all of that. Whether you like it or not, some certain people, especially the Igbos, are being targeted in some certain things. At what point do the human part actually ask that, why is it that your landlord says that I cannot bring it from Igbo? Why is it that people are saying some of these things and it doesn't make any sense. People, and this narration about, oh, the people, somebody built Lagos. How did you build Lagos? You have a shop and a Dangote who employs 6,000 people, hundreds of thousands of people. How do you compare those two people? How are you building Lagos? What is the definition of building something? And these are some of the questions people don't ask. So you come online, you see people saying all of these things, and somebody built Lagos, where the other was, somebody came. It's just laughable. I mean, I'm sorry to say, when people come in and say that, oh, somebody said the Igbo were the first people in, and you could not subject it to any analysis or back and forth question. And it doesn't make any sense. A lot of these things we waste our time rather than focusing. And this is why I don't understand why I understand, not that I don't understand why Dr. Okwe, because you've always been more about, current affairs, how government can make, changes, and your write-up were always spot on and very logical about what they can do differently, how they can achieve this, what they can do this. Somebody coming to tell me that it's the Benin that owns, were the first people to come, to Lagos. And the little mushi that I grew up in, they're saying that my forefathers were from Abeokuta, Ogun State, and all of that.
Maybe that
And
boy
then you're coming to
Jabubushi.
tell me that it's the someone in Jebu Mushi, and you're telling me that my grandfather was telling me that back in the 60s, that Lagos State only stopped at Mushi, that from Mushi onward, it was a different narrative, it was bush. And then somebody is coming to tell me that, and I begin to wonder that are we both smoking weed or the weed is smoking us? So when you look at some of these conversations, I just laugh. So nobody is actually telling you that, oh, it was my great grandfather who came. I will round up by saying this again. If you go to Old Ojo Road, it is not a joke that the earlier settlers in Old Ojo Road were from Edo State, Benin. Doesn't mean that they own that place. No, there were some people before them. So a lot of these arguments, they are not the people. But do you know one lovely thing about Igbo people? And I will tell you this, no Yoruba person does it. The average Igbo male, female, who was born in Lagos, whose parents lived in Lagos, come and argue with me. Between 1977 and 1985, go and check their birth certificate. They all have Yoruba name. One Yoruba name. One is in their birth certificate. What did they do? They accepted where they were. They respected those things. And they even gave their children one name. How do I know this? I've dated a woman who was from Igbo. And they used to call me Oyi Yoruba. It was funny to me because I knew that a lot of this, the older generation, they were skeptical, but they just needed that reassurance that you are not a bigot or you are not this or you are not that. That is what it is the same thing. If any one of you here, your child comes back with a white woman or an Indian, you first say, Omobulele is a what? When you're open-minded and you are able to make sure you invite the right thing into those life of the kids, it's a lot more easier. But I'll say this, most of the Igbo people, they have a Yoruba name. Go and check them. The ones who their father gave back to them in Lagos. So I'm not talking about other places. In Lagos, they have
100%,
Yoruba.
100%,
And they
100%.
speak Yoruba very well. A lot of my friends, I do not even know that they were Igbo until when all this election process started as far back as 2015. That I begin to realize that, oh, so this person is actually Igbo, but he speaks more Yoruba than Igbo. I yield the mic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. That was interesting. That's why we let you go on for so long. Beautiful Flower, you want to call the next person? There's really nothing to add to that. I adopt everything the man had to say 100%. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Akukaria, you're next. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. What we are hearing on this space is not good at all. If we truly want one Nigeria, what we are hearing here, sorry about that, sorry, got a call. What we are hearing here is not good. It's worse than what is coming out from even Ghana and South Africa. It's not fair. You have the one previous speaker, saying it is constitutional that the Igbos, the Ijos, he mentioned a lot of tribes have one right. Then the Yorubas enjoy another right in Lagos. And we just pretended like we didn't hear that. In one country, you come on a space and lie that the Yorubas should enjoy certain right in Lagos, while the rest of Nigeria enjoy another right. How do we hear these kind of things and pretend it's not something that is disgusting to listen to? What makes Lagos Lagos? It didn't fall from heaven. What made Lagos Lagos is the the positioning and the it suits commerce, and people come there to do business. You might have one Mr. Big in one state, and you have more than 10 in Lagos and what have you. So it's about business. Everything it boils down to ease of business in doing business in Lagos. Hold on, guys. So what am I saying in essence? People come to Lagos to do their business, and you don't just come and attribute it to one particular tribe. It doesn't boil down to Igbo excellence or Yoruba excellence. If not, we'll see it across the Southwest. And in the midst of all these things, what we are missing out is the the real owners of Lagos. There is a new article going, that there's a new memo from the Aworis saying they want an Awori governor in Lagos. It's like some people are using Igbo as a diversion tactics to take over Lagos, and we are shying away from that, because you cannot come and say some people should have special rights in Lagos, and we are discussing it on the space in 2025. What right are you talking about? Are you saying you are going to go and take over people's businesses because you are Yoruba? You must explain to people what is the right that you want, what privilege do you want over other people because of.
Akari, I think you got a phone call.
Sorry guys. Okay, I think it's a glitch. You see, the amount of energy people put into this divisive rhetoric, you should use it to call for total separation of dismemberment of this country. You cannot want to own Lagos alone. The issue of Lagos is no man's land shouldn't be triggering any sensible person. Why are you triggered? And now there is a section of because see, you cannot see, are you trying to say you just want to come and choke into Lagos and ignore that there are original owners of Lagos who see Lagos as their village? Some who are crying that, listen, we are being suffocated. What about those people? Think about it for a moment to say, even if it's 5% of those people who are Lagosians are saying, listen, we cannot carry the burden of the entire Southwest. But because it is shameful, every day we are discussing Lagos as if there is a special right. If you come and say, I am Yoruba, then because I should just come to your shop and pick up an item for 50% the price. What is the force about? What is this force of in the same country, and you bring comparison from foreign, US and what have you, where you have Nigerians, Yoruba, Igbo living and contesting election. You cherry pick when you want to be one and when you don't want to be one. Why don't you want things to be organic? For once, why don't you say, listen, let things just flow without forcing things? Because I don't see, if a neutral joins this space, you'll be like, so if someone from Kenya, they'll be like, what are these guys saying? We need to really understand the benefit of saying Lagos belongs to Yorubas only or more. Because I don't see the benefit. All I see is this place presents itself as a proper place to do business because Nigeria wants it to be so. You are in a country where the government is deliberately shortchanging certain people, and it has a ripple effect. Everybody is affected. Do you know, as of 2025, 65% of the containers that drop in Nigeria end up in the southeast, the landlocked southeast? 65%, not 50. So it gets to Lagos, then you have to pay times how many of the amount you took it from China or wherever to the southeast and now to the rest of the country. So who is going to suffer for that this thing? Why don't you prioritize a rail if you want only Lagos to have the capacity to import in large volume? A rail that runs from Lagos to the east to make things less burden for everybody. You want Lagos to have it all. When people now say, okay, because the government is forcing things to be like this, let's come to Lagos, let us buy land, let us develop there, let us integrate, let us learn how to speak the dominant languages is Yoruba. Let us, our children go to school with your children for the sake of the unity. Tomorrow, you say no. The other one says his name is Oye Mike, doing a video. Hey, you succeed. You shouldn't rub it in my face. How can you be thinking like that in 2025? I might just be walking on my own. You think I'm rubbing it on your face? Why don't everybody focus on their strength? You are here discussing about a fellow Nigerian, a so-called fellow Nigerian, as if it's someone from another planet. This is what we people are doing is not fair. Honestly, this energy should be channeled and say, listen, the other people will say, you want to come and dominate. You want to come and meddle in local politics. But when you look at it proper, the people that meddle in Lagos local politics are nobody's competing with the Yorubas. Statistically, 50% of every people that come into Lagos every day are Yorubas. About less than 5% are Igbos from Southeast. Go and check it. So how can you compare with 50, every 100 people that gets into Lagos, 50 are from Yorubas from other Southwest region? So yes, you have the numbers. So what we are hearing on everyday space is that I know I am from Ekiti. Me, I am from Kwara. I can speak Yoruba. Once I get to Lagos, I have rights more than you, even if you are born in Lagos. I know it's a collective effort that Lagos is the way it is. You get everything in Lagos because people come and invest, open businesses. That is why Lagos is Lagos, not because of government. It's mostly because of the private sector. Yes. So all those small and medium enterprises you have in Lagos and small scale industries, those are the people that make Lagos tick. And it's not one tribe. It's a diverse thing. So what we are hearing on space every day is that I know we all built Lagos, but I want to lord it over you because I have more numbers than you. This is what we are hearing. Every day you are talking to your fellow Nigerian like, and tomorrow when the person say, you know what, let me just leave this your Lagos for you. Let me just go and see what I can do for myself. Let me go to where I can see if I can get a level playing field. You support the killing of Nnamdi Kanu and holding him in prison forever. You want it both ways, my people. You want it both ways. It's not fair. Let's talk, let's be honest with ourselves. What you are saying is not something you can say in public or something you can narrate to someone who is not only a Nigerian can understand what these guys are saying. You know, people who think Nigerians have outgone this level of tribalism and xenophobic thought. Someone who was born in Lagos, probably heading to over 40 or so. Then you, from Kwara, 3 months in Lagos, you want to come and load it over that person in one Nigeria. It's not fair. See, and saying this, see, you cannot win. It's not that part you guys are trading is very, very, very dangerous. Let things be the way they are. Let things, stop forcing things. Stop saying, I will go and this thing, I know, it's like I've been ignoring. Let me go and change it. You will now embolden people one day to start going into people's shop to beat them up, to take their goods by force, telling them this is their land. And you know what will happen in that kind of situation. Let things be. My own suggestion is all people shouting. Don't own, none of us own Lagos self. Let's support the indigenous Lagos people. Let them at least get a breather. Yes, if you believe in yourself, go. If you know your own state, don't be ashamed. Go there and do things. Let the Lagos people control what they want to control. There's a headline that says, unfortunately, I will say it. It says, Lagos indigenes say they don't have problem with Igbo residents, but Yoruba people who claim to be Lagosians. And it's not fair. Imagine the entire Igbo land coming to Ebonyi, trying to claim Ebonyi, ignoring their state. How?
Can I round up in 30 seconds?
Yes. So please, see, if you want to come and say anything, consider those Aworis first. Let them enjoy their land before you start fighting to collect, to rename street or collect someone's shop. I don't know this your triggering because of someone say Lagos normal. That's not even Igbo people's position or Hane's position. Every December we go home. Who wants to be in Lagos? But see, go and do things proper. Go back to your state. Don't be disturbing people every day with Lagos. I yield.
Yes, thank you, Akukaria, for that. Yoruba greatness would go.
Yes. Okay. I'm
Can I
here.
can I go after
I
her?
didn't know you were a woman. You will have told me now. You will have
Can
gone.
I can I go after
You will
her if
have
I
Yes,
have
gone.
a
I am.
You
chance?
will have gone. I have a queue, so don't worry about
Okay.
it. Yoruba goddess will go,
Okay,
and then
I'm
I'll
not
take
gonna.
Yeah,
response
but I still want
one.
to be sending my own evidence. So
No, wait. I'll give you and Kenny time after Olabola. So Yoruba goddess will go, Olabola will go, then Kenny and Etika will go, and then I'll take a new queue.
No, I have to make my
Okay,
submission
it's your
first,
it's
beautiful, because I haven't made my submission at all.
yes, yes. I was gonna call you first because I know he will respond to you and then you guys will go back and forth. So just give me a second, okay, Kenny? Yoruba, go on.
Okay, I'm not going to say much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm not going to say much because most of the post is in, I've put them in the jumble trend so people can take a look. Where the last one that I posted, where in Anambra, I think it's something to do with hold on, let me just take a look at what I've posted here. Something about the free healthcare or something like that. And they have instructed that, can you
Yes,
hear
we can.
me? Only indigents should be hired. This is in Anambra State. And if you go up north, they have certain rules and regulations that if you don't meet that criteria, you won't, we all know that you won't get a job. Now, I'm speaking as a Lagosian, and I'm also speaking as a Yoruba person. It's only in Yoruba land where we have been too liberal, and certain groups of Igbos. Now, I'm going to be very specific here. There's a certain group of Igbos, not all of them, that are pushing this bigotry and hate, going around, getting involved in nefarious activities, spoiling the name of Nigeria, spoiling the Nigerian passport. They're doing it in
I'm
Ghana.
sorry. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not gonna stand and just hear you just talk about Igbos only. You know how I was embarrassed from Hush Puppy. I work in IT and tech. Come on, don't do that.
Why is it?
Do not
Let
Sorry,
do not
them
Kenny.
make it seem
finish.
as
Hello?
if
Guys,
do not
guys,
make it
guys.
seem as if
Hello,
it's only Igbos
hello,
doing
hello. When
crimes.
it's
I'm
your
not.
turn, you address it. I promise you. You'll be on the next, okay?
I'm not gonna
Thank you
tolerate
guys
that.
for your
No,
patience. So let her finish. Just let her finish, please.
like what?
Now,
Nobody interjected, I could carry on. When you no interject out.
Notai said, not all Igbos. I repeat, not all Igbos. There's a certain group of them, is what I said.
So hold your side also accountable as well, because you're
Let
making
us speak now.
a certain set of Igbos are making Nigeria look bad. I'm not
So,
going to
sister
tolerate that.
Yoruba greatness.
I'm
Don't
not
do
going to
not let
tolerate
anyone
that at
gaslight you.
all.
The only reason why he's
I'm not.
interjecting again is because he saw that the
Don't do
gaslighting
that.
worked the first time. So do not stand on your words. You mean what you said.
Let
I'm not.
us speak. It will get
How
to your
many
tongue.
Yorubas have done scamming here in the States? Come on,
I don't know why
stop.
Put
you
this
are being.
guy
I
down.
don't know why you're being allowed to interject. Interjection was not allowed before.
Not
So,
because
sister
I'm
Yoruba
not going to
Guys,
greatness.
tolerate. I'm not
Sister
going to
greatness. You
tolerate
heard
it.
what she
What's
said.
going on?
You heard
I
what
yeah.
she
just
said the
went
first
away
time.
for a second.
Hello.
I'm not going to
Just
tolerate
hold
it.
Hello,
on. Hello. Hello. Just hold on,
hello.
okay?
Let me first meet everybody. Hold on. What's going on, beautiful flower?
No,
I
I'm
just stepped
even,
out and I
it's
came back
okay. I'm
for
even
this fight.
trying to get it under control. Hello, don't
Okay.
interrupt because when Akokaria was speaking, you didn't interrupt him. And I didn't even agree with what he said. So note her point and then you can reply her. Stop
I'm definitely
interrupting
going to
her,
reply
please.
so she
Yoruba
can speak.
greatness, please go on.
Thank you. Now, to clear my conscience, I would even like to call on the Nigerian government to get involved here now because it's getting very bad. The Ghanaians, because what they do is they come under Nigeria. They will say, oh, when they do their bad, nefarious activities, they will call themselves Nigerians. And then after a while, they will now call themselves Biafrans. So you don't know which one, you don't know which way you're going. And I'm seriously calling. I'm seriously calling. I am seriously calling on the night. I have a recording here. I can play it for you, so that it's not like I'm just saying anything. In fact, let me play the recording for you.
Matter of fact, I love this because I have a recording as well. So
Let
we're
me
gonna
play.
listen.
Even
Let me
Chinese
play
are
the
claiming to
recording
be
for you.
Igbos and
We are gonna
Nigerians.
go.
Even
We are gonna
Chinese.
go. I
Nobody
actually
is
have a
targeted
recording. I
Akukaria.
have a recording.
Which nonsense with this now?
I have a recording.
Let her
You can go
flow.
back.
Let the lady
Yeah,
flow.
when it's your turn, you
Thank you.
play the recording. Hello, I don't want to
Oh
move you,
yes,
but you're
I will play it
disruptive
gladly.
though.
Let the lady continue now.
Yeah,
You guys let the lady talk,
I
please.
don't want to move you, but you're really disrupting the stage. So let her
I'm sorry.
finish. It's our time.
She can finish.
Did
Yoruba
you
greatness. Can you hear
hear that,
us?
or you want me to repeat that, please, again for you? The first human race that existed was who? The Igbos. Maybe you need to hear it again, which means they came into the land before you and your ancestors. Human race, human for all human being, anything that is calling himself human. You need to listen again and listen carefully because your ears are blocked and you always come out to ask some stupid questions. Is it the Igbos that own Lagos? The Igbo own everything in Nigeria, not only Lagos, everything.
You heard it with your own ears. This was a platform that I joined on TikTok. If you go on TikTok, they're on there, where they are defaming the Yorubas, defaming the Ghanaians. It's this same group of Igbos. I repeat, not all of them, because we have some very good Igbo brothers and sisters in Nigeria. But this particular group, they have an agenda, and they are coming under the name of Nigeria. So I'm calling on them. Please stop what you're doing. I'm not being bigoted. I'm not being a bigot. I'm calling you as one who cares. And it is these same people that are pushing this Lagos agenda. They are the ones. They are the ones going around defaming Yorubas, causing all this ethnic strife. It's the same group, because if you listen to them, they are saying the same thing. It's this particular group. So the Nigerian government, please, if you're listening to this recording, God sees my heart. I don't hate Igbos. I don't. I have Igbos as friends. I don't hate anyone. But I don't want anything bad to happen, because it's getting to a point where these people are gaslighting Yorubas. Now, we are probably going to have to make very stringent laws in Yoruba land just to stop these people from causing, hoping that nothing terrible happens in Yoruba land or in Nigeria, because it's just getting too much. Now, I'm on here to ask you to stop. Whatever it is, whatever agendas that you have in your mind, stop. Yoruba land is Yoruba land. Your eastern region is your eastern region. I'm talking as a Lagosian now. Lagos is Yoruba land, and Lagosians are also Yorubas. Why are you saying, oh, you come from this bit, I have so much rights? We're not going to your region to start claiming anything. No. Let everybody respect themselves. You have no affiliation with Lagos State. And I'm saying that as a Lagosian. I don't have any affiliation with you. Neither does any of your people have any affiliation with my state or with Yoruba land. So please let peace reign. Stop what you're doing before something drastic really happens. And I'm not praying that just drastic thing happens. So I'm calling on the Nigerian government, because these people are coming onto Nigeria. 1 minute they're Nigerians, 1 minute they're Biafrans. But they have rubbished the Nigerian passport, rubbished trying to destroy any form of diplomatic relations that Nigeria has across the world. Please stop it, and stop it now. Thank you.
Can I
Thank you so
reply?
much. I appreciate you, Yoruba greatness, for that. So it will be Olabola, and then we'll go to
Can I
Kenny.
reply though?
So
No, just
Beauty,
hold
I
on.
was
I'll come
there
to you.
before Labola. I was there before Labola. You dropped me. Then I requested back.
I don't drop anybody. It's the network, actually. And it's not just you that have been dropping and coming back. Olabala will reply. It's a reply. Um, then we'll go to
Oh,
Kenny.
sorry. Just very quickly. There's a book that I posted in the John Butchern. These same people going around changing the Yoruba history. That book that I posted on that John Butchern is now being sold in Amazon. Go and check it. I put the name and the person. It's there. They're selling it in Amazon.
Can,
I mean,
Okay.
what is all this?
can I reply
Okay.
to
Thank
speaking?
you.
That's possible.
All right. So we'll go to Olabola, then we'll go to Kenny, and then I'll take a reply to. We'll go to Kenny Ethical, and then I'll take a reply to Yoruba Greatness. So hello, come in. All right. Olabola, go on.
Yeah, thanks. So I want to this is a quick reply to Akukaria, or maybe not so quick, Shabo. So Akukaria, it's your nursery 2 divide and conquer tactics for me, even if it's not even kindergarten self. So the whole indigenes that are Yoruba and the other non-indigenes that are Yoruba, I'm like, what nonsense are you saying? But let's like break it down to you. I'm breaking it down not because you are able to learn it, but just to say for the people who are able to. So there is this whole indigenous thing that you want to blow everything like everybody is Nigerian in Lagos State. No. So there is the indigenous people and the non-indigenous people. That's the first step. So those indigenous people are largely practically Yoruba. Okay. Now you might think, oh, this is just your culture, your history. No. Constitution recognizes this real stuff. So to be indigenous is to be tied to the land in some way, to belong there, and so on. Constitution also said this thing is real, and I'm going to factor it in. So Constitution recognizes indigent. So that is on one hand. Now we have the non-indigenous people who could also be Yoruba and non-Yoruba. In that bunch, what I did was to separate the Yorubas there from the non-Yoruba Nigerians. That is real when you consider the culture and history and everything, how everything is interrelated, and the state seems to be some artificial structure. That is also real. But then you might argue, well, that might be real for your culture and your history, but the constitution doesn't seem to recognize that. And I like to break it to you that no, you're wrong. The constitution seems to recognize it as well. So now I'll tell you one instructive part of the Constitution of Nigeria, Timothy Mandar quoted that could be used to imply this. So the Constitution is basically saying there are certain real stuffs about this land, but then we have artificial structures. Even though this is artificial, we will try as much as possible to factor in these real stuffs. So Constitution said in a particular section, let me try and 1 second. Section I'll remember the section as I go. So that section defines a phrase called to belong to. Basically, the constitution is talking about indigenship and everything, and it defines what it means for someone to belong to a place. In fact, it's in section 3, subsection 18, talking about interpretations of terms. It says a person belongs somewhere if you meet the following category in terms of indigenship. And I'm quoting now, belong to. Belong to, or its grammatical expression, when used with reference to a person in a state, refers to a person either of whose parents, that means dad or mom, or any of whose grandparents, that means maternal grandpa, maternal grandma, paternal grandpa, any of these 6 people, any of whose grandparents who is a member of a community indigenous to that state. If you follow these rules, this definition, there is nothing that says this will be restricted only to the people in the present artificial border of Lagos State. Guess what? You would find people in the other side, in the other border of Ogun State, who match this definition very well. You know why? Because all of these people have been existing even before the state was created just yesterday in the 1960s and 1970s. Meaning that somebody can be in Ishagamu and have a family house, their own land, not the one that they bought, were ancestral inside Lagos State, Ishagamu in the Ikorodu division area. Let's leave Ikorodu. Somebody can be in Ijebu-Ode and have their ancestral family land that did not buy their own inside Ekpe division of Lagos State. I've talked about how many divisions now? 2. Let's go to the Badagry division. Somebody can be in Agbara and all those places in Ogun State and have their ancestral family house and family land inside the what? Badagry division of Lagos State. 3 divisions already. And somebody can be in Ota and have their ancestral land in the Ikeja division of Lagos State because Olota ló ní gbogbo
I'm
bẹ̀
confused.
historically.
Sorry to interrupt. How
Yes,
can
sir.
you have ancestral lands that you did not buy in a place where you are not where you are not origin to? I don't get that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm explaining.
How
So
is that possible?
yeah, I would explain, sir. So what I'm saying is that this whole thing called Lagos State did not begin the day God created this place. The people have been there. There's a man sitting in, let's say, Ishagam. His land extends, for example, from Ishagam all the way into Ikorodu. There was nothing like Lagos State there. There's a man sitting in Ota. His name is Olota. His land extends from that place all the way into Ikeja division. The whole Ikeja, not even Ikeja town division. That's his land. There is a man sitting somewhere in Agbara. His land extends from that place all the way into what is called Badagry division. There is a man sitting in Isheri. His land and his family members are in Lagos Island. There is a man in Ekiti. Their family members are in, they are the Ojora landowners of the Lagos Island. There is a man in Ijebu-Ode. His land extends into Ekpe. Later on, all of this has been there. Later on, a line was drawn on the sand to carve out what is called Lagos State. And then you are telling me this man that has been put on the other side of the border, that land and that house is not his own again. No, it's still his own. So meaning that this definition in the constitution that says that your grandparents and all those things, if you are indigenous to one community, you are a member, you belong to that community. It transcends the artificial border. So what the constitution is doing here is that it is trying as much as possible to factor in these real stuffs. That the Olota can have his brother still in their family house in Ikeja, just as the Akarigbo too, just as the Akarigbo too in Ikorodu, just as the Ijebu-Ode people in Ekpe, just as the guys in the Badagry and so on, and the Lagos Island itself. In fact, the Ojora family members are supposed to have come from Ekiti, so they will cut ties with their family members there, or the ones that are in Ekiti will cut ties with the Ojora people here. In fact, Lagos Island is even the worst. It's like a porridge of Yoruba people. Have family houses all over the place. It's their land. So this whole thing that you want to really cut it neat, like, oh, because somebody put a line in the sand and created Lagos State, then it neatly matches that everybody outside of that border has nothing to do in terms of ancestral tie to this place. It does not work in reality. And that is why the Constitution is giving that allowance to say, if you have grandparents, parents, and you are indigenous, you belong here. And those people can be outside the border. So this whole thing of Lagos, the indigene only, other Yorubas, it doesn't really work. So this unpacking that I've done, what he has done to you is that it's to help you see that.
Adebola,
One second,
sorry
I'm
to
almost
interrupt
done.
you.
No,
Sorry, no, I'm not interrupting.
No, no,
Beautiful.
no.
I want
Let
to
him
rush into
finish.
report. I want to rush into report. I'll request the mic in 20 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, no
Thank
problem.
you.
No problem.
all right. So what I'm saying is that this whole indigenous of Lagos State and there's this other Yoruba that has nothing to do ancestrally with the land is not real. In fact, the constitution basically human to you when you are saying it. The constitution does not recognize that nonsense. People are outside of that border. So the only group of people, as a group, or not exceptions, the only group of people that will match what this constitution is saying are the Yoruba people as a whole that has parents, father or mother ancestrally to that land of Lagos, grandparents, ancestral. The only people that can match it as a group is Yoruba. So stop with this narrative of indigenous versus other Yoruba. Yes, indigenous people who are there in the states would have priority, but I'm saying they have other people that have been cut into other places outside of the border who also have ties to that land. They have stake. They will travel down to come and do their family meeting in their family house in the other states. And it's not like they bought the land, it's their ancestral land. So that's that for that point that you made. The second point is that this whole narrative of stop rubbing your wealth in people's faces, I think I agree with you on that one. I think Oye Mike was mistaken, and one of my brother also made the same mistake here. Igbos are not rubbing any wealth on anyone's faces. I think there is no wealth to rub in anyone's face in the first place. So when we make this statement, you actually are promoting that false narrative that the Igbos are these most successful people and this other group are there down there and they are angry and mad that the Igbos are successful. No, everybody is successful in Lagos. The most successful person is of the Hausa ethnic group. Nobody is complaining that anybody is robbing. All we're saying, so don't project, don't promote that narrative. All we're saying is not that. We're not saying, oh, you're rubbing it on my face. No, Yoruba is that stupid to say you're rubbing. I don't even think you make words. Is it from the gala of Fanyogo or the apple or the buns or the no now or the fake charger? I don't think so. I don't believe it. Am I saying some Igbos are not successful? Yes, there's a fraction of people who are successful among all groups. But as a whole, everybody have good people, everybody have successful people, and so on. What we are saying is simple. This Lagos is no man's land, especially in the context in which you put it, we would not take it. That's where we draw the line. We are all Nigerians. You can come here, have your business, be successful, chase me down in traffic with your gala, no problem. But we're saying where we draw the line is where you say, I do not belong indigenously here. The land is no man's land, and so on and so forth. We won't take that. I hope that is clear. So Lagos, again, the third point you made, you say Lagos is Lagos because of all people. I kind of get the context, what you mean. But to be very clear, you see that gap that Lagos has in terms of development, be over and above every other state in Nigeria. There is a particular gap that has given it edge from the beginning. When you say Lagos is Lagos because of everyone, you are chopping things off from the middle. I would like to take it back to the beginnings. Lagos is Lagos because of indigenous and Yoruba people. We read papers. Uncle Remy was on a space some nights ago. We read papers that establishes this to be the case, not just the geography. Because the geography, yes, it has ports and everything, but Lagos is not the only place that is on the coast in the Nigeria area. Even in the whole West Africa area, there are many countries, there are many places on the coast. Ugotun has natural harbors, but the Europeans still said we want that Yoruba area because we want access to their interior, their productivity and everything. They wanted to trade
Labola,
with
you
us.
are not mentioning the Edo people that also own
Why is this
Lagos.
person allowed to?
You are not mentioning
It's
the
okay,
people that
sir,
also
sir,
own
sir,
Lagos.
sir. Let this man finish. Olabola, you two, you have taken a very long time.
Yeah,
We
I'm
indulge you.
gonna be
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna be
I'm
done now.
indulging you because I don't want to be accused of shutting you down. So wrap up, sir. Give
Okpe
you 1 more minute.
Banwu is mentioning the Yorubas. Are the Edos not the owners of Lagos
Let him
as well?
finish now,
They,
sir. No, you know I don't do that on my stage. Let the man make his way. Doesn't mean because we are allowed to talk and we agree with everything, but let's see, this is a conversation. And incidentally, I'm enjoying this conversation. I'm hearing him, even though he's extending a credulity now because he has used style to try to now say all Yorubas are indigenous to Lagos, which is ridiculous, in my personal opinion. I'm from Ogun State. They've told me to my face, Shola Salako and Co. She's listening right now. Okay? She's told me that I'm not from Lagos, that I should not put mouth in Lagos matter. She told me this. She's listening. And if she wants to come up, let her come up. So don't tell me that. Lagos people tell me I'm from Ijebu Mushin, that I'm not from Lagos. And I'm not quarreling with them. So don't now, because you then want to justify Lagos treating Ondo State people different from the way they treat Igbos to not try to extend indigeneity to them. All that you read is not in the Constitution, with all due respect to you, sir. I'm a lawyer. The lawyer did not even, the Constitution did not define indigeneity. So let's leave all of that. But I'll give you your 1 minute to finish. Then we can then take you to task. But I see where you are going, but I don't agree. But I didn't interrupt you because I promise everybody will have their opinion. But don't come and say, oh, somebody living in Ondo State that is land extended to Egbeda is now an indigenous of Lagos. Which kind of argument is that? Say it with full chest. If you want to exclude non-indigenous Lagosians, then say so. Don't extend it. But I'm sorry, you made me respond to it because everybody else, please wait for him. We have let him go on for 8-9 minutes because I wanted to make a point that they can make their point here as long as and it's not rude. The man is I'm actually enjoying his narrative. It's very, very polite and it's very business-like. So Ola, please just help us wrap up. Take the next 1 minute and wrap up. And if we have questions for you, I'll let them. I won't even get involved now. I'll let them ask you questions and you get opportunity to also respond so that we can have a robust conversation. At least if I'm having someone like you, you are talking like a very intelligent human being. You are not abusing anybody. And that's what I want. So that we can even hear what the argument people are making. And we are hearing you. So please wrap up, sir.
All
1
right, sir.
minute.
So in 1 minute, so just to wrap up, sir.
Yes.
So the point I'm making is this. I hope no one will interject me this time. So the point I'm making is that Lagos is Lagos from the initial, that gap, that allowance, that edge that you see by virtue of Yoruba people. There are papers to support this. There are ports in other places, but the Europeans insisted on the one that has the lesser natural advantage. Why? Because of the people there. Okay, so Lagos is Lagos. So that's the edge that Lagos has. Federal capital was there because of that. It's not everything didn't start with the federal capital. That place was chosen as federal capital not because they rolled die or they tossed some coin. It's because that place has some relative advantage in terms of development. And Chief Obafemi made this argument in 1957 conference that they held, the Constitutional Conference in Nigeria. So as regards just to wrap it up, as regards the whole indigenous thing, I am not saying people in Ondo State are indigenous of Lagos State. I am saying they have some rights that is similar to indigenous rights. If you look at that section, and I'm not making up this section, it says to belong to section 30, section 3, section 318 interpretation part 4. It says belong to a grammatical expression, and it defines that anyone whose parents or grandparents are indigenous to any community inside a state belong to that state. And such people, if you want to follow this definition, such people can be found only as a group in Yoruba places. I'm not saying every individual Yoruba person is an indigenous in that sense, but I'm saying, apart from the indigenous of Lagos, you can find people from other Yoruba states that belong to Lagos State in the sense in which the Constitution has defined belong to. You might have exception of Igbo land, maybe somebody that came to marry somebody in Lagos some 100 years ago. Those are exceptions. But as a group, this would only fit to Yoruba as a group. So yes, let's stop saying now, or after indigenous, everybody is the same. No, after indigenous, the Yorubas in other states can still say, my land as a lot is in Ikeja, Ikeja division, and so on and so forth. So, guys, I'm not making stuffs up here, and also stop the divide and conquer. Indigenous Lagosian, Yoruba, other Nigerians, Igbo, Efik, Ibibio, Urobo, Isoko, Kanuri, all of you are now the same in that sense, except if you meet this criteria of your grandparents being indigenous to a community. I hope I made myself clear. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Before we get a beautiful flower to call the next person, the section you are reading is section 318, okay, which actually talks about being different between indigenous and non-indigenous. And what it said is clear. I don't know what else you are adding to it. A person either of whose parents or any of whose grandparents was a member of a community indigenous to that state. So I don't know how that extended to anywhere beyond Lagos. I don't see that.
Yeah, so the point I'm making is that people in Ota actually meet this criteria. Their parents can actually be indigenous to Ikeja. People in
How can
Ijebu,
their
they
parents
actually
be
meet this.
indigenous to Ikeja if they are in Ota? What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
people. I know them on this app. They
It
will
don't
tell
matter
you.
who you know. I'm telling you, you can't be indigenous. It's very clear. Okay. The
No,
only problem
they
we're
have been
having
Dr.
now,
Kwe,
understood.
it is very popular in Yoruba land. This is a very
This is a
popular
Yoruba
thing.
phenomenon.
yeah,
Same
the fact
thing
that it's
as
popular does that not make it fact?
exactly that's what the
It
constitution is saying. The constitution is
is.
saying if you meet
The
this criteria,
Doctor,
you
Constitution
belong
is
Doctor,
saying,
here.
sir,
So it's a Yoruba
Doctor
sir, you talk
reality.
for
That's what
10
Okpebolo,
I'm
minutes.
saying.
Sir, can I
I
just add
wanted to
one
ask
bit here?
And
Can
also,
I?
sir,
Hello,
I'm aware,
Ola, I'm
sir,
going to
that
pull you down
the
if you're not
constitution
keeping quiet because you just had your 9 minutes. Okay. So
uh,
all I'm
doc,
saying, I
Doctor,
just read,
can
sir. No, you cannot because I'm trying to read something. Okay. All I'm saying, everybody can make whatever
okay.
interpretation they want of it. Okay. The Supreme Court has not pronounced on it. So anybody is free to interpret it any way you want. But this is what it says. A person, either of whose parents or any of whose grandparents was a member of a community indigenous to that state. So we can all interpret it any way you want, but the English is very clear. Unfortunately, Supreme Court has not ruled on this, so everybody can say whatever they want. We are going to leave it there. Beautiful flower, can you call
See
the next
what
person?
Olabola is trying to say. There are worries in Ota. There are worries in Lagos. So let's talk about that.
Okay, fair
exactly
enough.
a line is
Sir,
just drawn to pass their agbole.
nobody's called you to talk. Okay, please, let's follow procedure here.
I
Beautiful
ask
flower, can you call the next
Ola
person?
a question, please? I just wanted to ask him a
Why do you
question.
guys come up and then just disrupt the thing? Can't you just wait to be called on? Like, uh, there's a guy who has been patient on stage. Excellent. Excellent. Are you
All
there?
right. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, go
Good
on.
evening. Thank you for the opportunity, and I like how you've been controlling the room so far. So take that flower from me. All right. I'm going to look at this thing from different angles, and as much as possible is my personal opinion on how I view things. We are so quick to do some things. One, quote the constitution, then secondly, we are so quick to also make comparison with other countries. But I believe every thing in life, even in science, even in medical terms, treatment sometimes can be individualized. So I think this bigotry and whatever it is in Nigeria, we must look at it from the context of what is going on as a country in Nigeria, and then provide solution accordingly. So one of the way Nigeria is founded is even faulty from the beginning. What I mean by is even faulty, we know that this is a country that have different tribes and different ethnic group, and then the constitution went further to make it that, okay, you're a citizen of Nigeria, you are free to move wherever you are, reside there, vote and be voted for. And then we also went further to start giving what we call certificate of origin, which I feel, number one, there's something about that. So if you say somebody is free to move about, and at the same time we still have a situation whereby we have certificate of origin, so you're already building up on something. And if you want to eventually get maybe a national international passport, you have to present that certificate of origin, which actually shows that you are from a particular location. Now I'm building up on something, and I want that school of thought to be very clear here. Then secondly, we go about in the educational sector, for example, whereby we said each citizen have a right to, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and that is written in the constitution. But we still see a situation whereby when we write exam as a Yoruba person, because of the virtue that I'm from Yoruba, or an Igbo person from the East, you have to, study harder, have a higher score for you to be able to gain admission. Whereas some other parts of the country doesn't necessarily have to, because we believe that, they are not up to education. Well, if we are saying everybody have equal rights, it doesn't matter if it's only Yoruba that gets maybe the 100th law, don't merit, you give it to them. That is, but if we are able to do that, we're already building gradually, unconsciously, that, tribe and ethnic bias gradually. Then I'm building on, I'm trying to head towards a particular thing. That is one. Then if we have a particular section of the country where we know that Nigeria as a whole is a secular country, which means everybody have rights to their religion, everyone have their, then we also have, a part of the country where, there are some certain constitution that they can use. There are some certain laws that is applicable to them. For example, we have in Kano State and some northern part of the country, no matter who you are as a Nigerian, where you have a free right of so many things, there are some certain things you cannot do. For example, you cannot, drink, alcohol or beer in public or whatever it is, because that particular section, they have some other laws guiding it. So, but we cannot exercise that freedom of expression as a Nigerian in those area of place. The indigenous and whatever they have in contest, you'll be cut off with it. But you cannot express your freedom of expression there. So I'm trying to, let us build that, even though the constitution makes some certain rights open, free for every citizens, but unconsciously and technically, some areas are trying to put in some things in place to checkmate it. So where the problem actually is, where I'm actually going to, that is fueling this ethnic bias, is the fact that we don't have institutions in place. We have not, have a system where people can be integrated, and then they cannot have the right to express fully what they want to express. So that's why I say we are quick to make examples of, UK, US, that anybody can become anything. Yes, you can come from Zambia and become even maybe a legislator in UK, become part of the House of, but they already have an institution on ground that you cannot go beyond the interest of the UK government, of the UK. Now, what it means is that the reason why you see Kemi talking the way he's talking, even against the interest of his common race, Africa, Nigeria, is because the system has made it so. She just have to be on the interest of the British, because that is the only way she can be integrated and be part of them. That is a fact. So what we are saying is that we still have a system whereby in Nigeria, everybody retain their, their personal and as an ancestral ethnic bias, even though they are going to live in another particular place for thousands of years, or whatever years, number of years you call it, maybe 20 years or 30 years, but their ethnic and personal identity that they carry from their own origin, from their parents, and thoughts and mindset to that area, even though they've stayed there for a very long time, but they still have it. So that lack of integration or system that is on ground is making people from that same particular, in the of that particular state or region begin to have it at the back of their mind that even though this person has stayed long with us, but we can see traces of the fact that this person is not fully part of us. And that is what the government will begin to do. So if we are saying that we want Nigeria to be a secular state whereby everybody has freedom of it, then we should begin to put institutions on ground that guarantees that, so that I can have it at the back of my mind that even though I am a Yoruba person or an Igbo person living in Kano or living in Zamfara, I will have equal rights to be able to gain admission into the institution there or into their secondary school or into their workspace, irregardless of whatever it is. But if this is not guaranteed, you cannot now bring it to a particular region, all in the fact that that region is more liberal, or that region has once become, the federal capital territory, and then you now make it like that. Yes, it was once a federal capital territory, and I'm coming down to this Lagos issue specifically now. But now it is now a state. We've seen that from, what was it called, when the last election, when they were about to, there was a about the status of FCT Abuja, and then it was we saw clearly there that it was written that Abuja is not a full state, but however he enjoys the status of whatever every other state in Nigeria enjoys. So what please can I think somebody, so what am I trying to say in essence is this. Hello, am I audible enough? I think somebody is trying to.
Yeah, go
Hello.
on. Excellent, go on if you can hear me. Excellent, if you cannot hear me, I think maybe your network is bad. So excellent, when you get back, let me know. Chijoke, I know that you were supposed to speak, but your network was bad, so I'll come back to you. It's actually Amufu. Excellent. Please leave the room and come back, okay? And then Elo will go, Eha will go, Timi, and then Tochi, in that order.
Where that Kenny now?
Elo.
Let me clear this matter.
Yeah, it's coming back in
Baba,
20
leave that
minutes.
matter, John.
Remember I said it's coming back in 20 minutes. So it will be Elo, Eha, Amufu, Timi, Tochi, in that order. Elo
So
will go.
Can I go
Elo,
on?
guys, just pay attention, please. Elo will go, then Eha, then Timi, then Tochi. So Elo, go on.
okay, perfect. So I guess I just want to reply firstly to that lady about her playing the recording. And I want to reply to someone that said it's all about Lagos, it's only about no man's land. So let me just play something here, and I'll just play it for a couple of seconds.
It doesn't know that you are not. We take it like, oh yes, you are speaking for Ghanaians, which is wrong. You are claiming to be Ghanaian. Yes, you are not. So why do you say you are Ghanaian? You can. It is very nice to just be yourself and just make your statements clear. Nobody will have a problem. But to change your accent and all that, Ghanaians. That is why a lot of Nigerians get surprised as soon as you speak. We tell you you are Nigerian because we know the difference. But I have a friend that speaks like a Nigerian. He's a Ghanaian. Wait. Let me change my own tonation. Come your own. You dey hear me? I go feel you hear me? Yeah. If you do it well, I owe you something, no. What do you want me to talk now? Tell me. No, just talk now. Make we talk for our own intonation here, now for our own assets. That's communication. Okay, I just with you in Nigeria, DJB. Can you hear me? Yes, now. You even sound like a Ghanaian. Exactly. So, no matter how you speak, anybody will know that you are not who you are. But it's nice if you just be yourself. And when you do that, people realize that, oh, whatever you're saying is factual. You understand? Oh. Mm-hmm. So Benji, he's not Ghanaian, he's my brother, he's one of us. So we do that sometimes.
So you actually have Some Yoruba people faking to be Ghanaians to stir this sort of ethnical hatred. So what is it really about? Is it about Lagos only, or is it about a hatred towards a certain tribe? This is a grown man on TikTok faking to be a Ghanaian in order to speak bad on Igbo people, in order to stir hatred. I wish so many Nigerians from the outside looking in, because I was born and raised in New York City, and I'm Igbo, proudly one. I wish Nigerians had this much energy to go against their corrupt leaders, but yet you have Igbos claim, Biafrans and whatever, and you have Yorubas fighting each other. Grown men, matter of fact, grown men fighting each other on ethnical, on tribe, when your own leaders are stealing from you. You guys are arguing while your own leaders are stealing from you. What happened to the refinery in Warri and Port Harcourt? What happened there? How much billions of dollars were stolen? But you guys are stupidly arguing with one another. And I'm Igbo, and I'll call my Igbo people out. You guys are acting like idiots as well, arguing with one another. Me, I was raised in New York. Me, I have plenty of Yoruba friends, plenty of them. I'm not gonna just turn around and say that you're not my brother. For what? For what? You guys say all these things that Igbo people are committing crime. Meanwhile, you have a Yoruba person that hacked into Donald Trump's campaigns and stole money. You also have Hush Puppy.
Oh, I thought the guy was Edo.
No, he's Yoruba. You also have Hush Puppy. I'm a vice president in IT risk and compliance for a company. You know how many times I was embarrassed that they were making fun of me because of Hush Puppy's actions at work? So please, before you make any stupid comments, look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, am I any better? So this thing about no man's land, I don't agree with it. I don't agree that you should come to someone's place and say that they're no man's land. Like, you should be very, very sensitive whenever you enter a place. I'm from Arachuku. I'm from Abia. I would not want anybody coming to my area and saying that it's no man's land. So I'll be sensitive towards it. But for the fact that you have grown men, me, I'm 32. You have grown men screaming about no man's land from profiles that are not even real, that they create fake profiles to stir up nonsense. And I'm just looking at you guys getting all called up because of a fake profile. It's embarrassing. I don't know what's going on back in Nigeria. I don't know why grown men are behaving the way that they're behaving, but you guys need to smarten up. It's embarrassing from the outside looking in. As someone who does not have that much experience in Nigeria, it's embarrassing looking at you guys. At you men, you guys are close to like 40, 30 years old, mid 30s. It's embarrassing. And again, to like the whole political thing, right? You can support who you want to support. I don't support Tinubu, unfortunately. He's our president. I want him to succeed. I'm not going to go against you because you're a Tinubu supporter. But again, if it's about Lagos, keep it about Lagos. Don't go to people's lives and start faking that you're a Ghanaian so you can start up ethnic tribal hate. It's embarrassing on the behalf of. It's really embarrassing that grown men are behaving like this. And if you don't want people to sort of be in Lagos, you have one solution: stop selling your houses to them. Like, just ban them from going from buying your place. It's really, really simple, right? There's so many issues, and there's even issues pertaining to why solely Lagos being the way it is should not even work, right? Like, there should be investments in other cities all over Nigeria. The reason why Lagos is the way it is because of the focus of investment in that particular area. There's an overdependence on the city of Lagos, and that is just the main truth. That's the main truth. We can see it in so many ways, whether if it's overburdened public services, whether if it's traffic congestion, whether if it's housing shortages. There's unequal distribution of opportunities. There's no reason why all the opportunities should just be based in one city. It can lead to marginalization. It can lead to economic risks. These are issues that even the UK is going through right now, with London being the sole financial center of that whole country. And it leads to other cities like Manchester, it leads to other cities like Leeds being ignored. So if you really, really want Lagos to, stop bringing people in, call on your government to start investing in other locations. Call on the government to start investing in cities up north, cities in the east, cities in the south. It doesn't work. You can't have your cake and eat it too. All right. So I'll just leave it there. If it's about Lagos, keep it about Lagos. But if you want to be an ethnic bigot, be an ethnic bigot. Like, be it with your full chest. I would really respect you more.
Thank
It's
you.
embarrassing. So I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, Elu. Thank you for that and for keeping to time as well. Timmy and then Eha, Timmy, Tochi. Eha, please go on. Eha Amufu, can you hear me? Oh my God, your network has been bad from
I
the
can hear
beginning.
you. I can
Okay,
hear
go
you.
on,
I can hear
go
you.
on, go on,
Yeah.
go on, go on.
Oh, all right. All right. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Beauty and rest of us. I'm going to take time, but I'll make sure I stick to my own allocated time. First of all, I want us to know that I don't think we have something like Igbo versus Yoruba.
Eha, I think that phone call interrupted you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, the phone call interrupted me. Sorry. The phone call interrupted.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Okay, go on. We can hear you.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to take time. First of all, there's nothing like Igbo versus Yoruba, Igbophobia versus Yorubaphobia. And there is nothing like Lagos belong to no man, or Lagos is no man's land. I will say it from what I have experienced based on the time I've spent as a Nigerian and also been in Lagos before moving down to Anambra. Now, I schooled in Lagos, Kramo College, precisely. And when I schooled in Kramo College, I had a mixed up with all Nigerians. I had my friends, Ola, Dare, I had Musa, all of us. We all spent our time in Lagos Secondary School, Kramo College. Now, during the time of our schooling, there was nothing like Lagos is no man's land. And we never had issue of this is a Yoruba, this is Igbo, this is Hausa. When they were picking positions for the school, like the prefects, assembly prefects, and all of them, they picked according to your credibility. There was nothing like tribe. After my secondary school, I went down to the east where I had my university studies. And in the university studies, we produced one of the departmental leader that happened to be Ola. I schooled in Ebonyi State University. Ola was very popular. And because of his popularity, he was given one of the departmental posts in the East. Now, why am I bringing this? I'm bringing this because the narrative of Igbo versus Yorubaphobia or whatever is just on Twitter. I'm not just saying this because I want to sound politically correct or I want to be a nationalist. I'm telling us here is a reality. At my age, after I finished secondary school 2003, I went to secondary school late. So I was already old as an adult. I've been able to study so many things and see what is happening on the streets. Now, after the secondary school, I have done business with, university. I did business with Yoruba people. Just like somebody said earlier on here, if you go to the mainland market, CMS, the Igbos and Yorubas are happily trading together. You go to Ladikbo, they are happily trading together. There is nothing like Yoruba and Igbos having clash in Lagos Island, in mainland, anywhere. Nothing like communal clash or Igbos coming to say, you must allow us stay here. If you don't stay, there will be no peace. Let me use, for example, just like the Fulanis are chasing people up and down in their farm settlements. Then their leaders who are at the top are finding a way to bring in a bill that will allocate free land for them. There is nothing like that in Lagos. The problem we have here is that we have politicians who are coming up with their political agenda to create divide and rule. They are coming out with bigotry that will make people see themselves as if they hate themselves, but that is not true. Yorubas are good people, Igbos are good people, Hausas are good people. In fact, in my family, we are married to a Yoruba woman. And she's one of the best women in our house, one of the best wife married out of 7 of us. And she's not regretting. And we are not regretting marrying her. And it will continue. It will not stop from her. So the point I want us to look at here is that we should start looking at the realities that is happening around us, which is politicians trying to divide us. Why is it that this issue of Lagos is no man's land, or you're trying to take our land, or you're disrespecting our people, is much in Lagos? So why Lagos alone? The reason is because politicians are looking for a way to use their population and, create tribal war. You don't see anybody in Ekiti fighting Igbo people. You cannot see anybody in Osun State fighting Igbo people. You don't see anybody in Kwara fighting Igbo people. There's nothing like that. And nobody is saying Kwara is no man's land, Ekiti is no man's land, Ogun State is no man's land. Nobody is shouting that. It's in Lagos they are shouting there's no man's land. Because the politicians already seen it that if we can succeed in creating this agenda, we will succeed in what we want to do. They said, according to what I heard, if I'm correct, that Igbo man is the one that made that statement. He made that statement, and did he create any community in Lagos and say, this is Igbo community, no Yoruba should step in there? Or I bought this estate, no Yoruba should rent house there? Or I built this house, no Yoruba should cross there? He can't do that. No Igbo man will do that. People just want to stand on something that is not true. Somebody made a statement the other day and said, yes, Lagos was a capital, but did you see any development in Ikorodu? Did you see any development in Ekpe? Did you see any development in Badagry? Yes, there was no development. That is the, let me call it the village of Lagos. Where development or where you have much investment is within the mainland. You call Mushi, Ikeja, Victoria Island, and other parts of the Lagos. That is where people invested their business. Not just the Igbo, everybody, the Yoruba elite, the Yoruba businessmen, the Hausa businessmen, all of that tribe. Is not Igbo make, is not anybody. And some people coming up with a narrative that don't come and use some language against our people, say our people are lazy. No Igbo man will just wake up and start saying Yorubas are lazy. These things are just what you hear on Twitter. It's not true on the street. We trade together with Yorubas. Yorubas are hardworking. Someone just stay there and want to make that statement so as to say, to sound correct that Igbo people are calling Yorubas lazy. It's a lie. Buhari called Nigerian youth lazy. Did they trend it? Did they use it to remove him and say Buhari must go? But nobody did that. But here we are comfortably coming up to say, they say this one, they say this one. Somebody will come and tell me, Charlie Boy did something. If one person probably said what he said, like I said before, if anybody come up and said Yoruba did abuse Yoruba culture or insult Yoruba culture, the person should be dragged. The person should be called on. No, but no Igbo man, no Igbo traditional ruler will keep quiet and allow Yoruba person to be insulted or abused just because you want to have free ride in Lagos. And I want to say this, since they've been shouting that Igbos want to drive Yorubas away from their land, or Igbos are claiming that Yoruba is no man's land, is there any part of Yoruba that Igbo man is an Oba and created his own clan and say this is Igbo territory? All the Obas in Lagos are Igbos. All the Obas are the kings that we know. The main king that rules Lagos are Igbo, and it's their right. Nobody should drag me to
Are
them.
Yorubas you mean? You mean Yorubas?
Yes, sorry, Yorubas. Sorry, please. Are Yorubas, and it's their right. No Igbo man will come to the Mushi, will go to Mushi or go to Badagry or go to Ekpe or go to Ikorodu and start dragging Oba sheep. If he did not give me Oba, somebody will die. Who does that? Nobody will do that. All these things that we are seeing here on space are just space warriors paid by politicians. And I will be open here, paid by some APC leaders. Even at the helm of affair, we know them. And they are the one creating chaos. They are the one creating tribal hate. We know them. When Bayonanuga made a statement, did anybody drag him?
Do you have the evidence to that, sir? Do you have the evidence to that, sir? So that we can verify.
You know what I'm talking about. I don't have to give you evidence. Don't interrupt me. You are the one. You are part of the people causing problems.
Yeah, you said they were paid. I want to know who paid them.
Stop interrupting him.
Oh, God, allow me to talk. Allow me to talk. Allow me to talk. You allow me to talk. What? Allow me to talk. It's not your turn.
Evidence. No, they come here. They make lie where you know.
So guys,
shut up. No time, you know they come here.
We are not going to do that. We are not going to do that. Can you let the man who is talking, let him finish? And then if you have something to say, then you say so. Please, this is not a market. I don't know where Beautiful Flower has gone. Can we all just be calm and let the gentleman wrap up his submission? Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
He made a claim. I want you to back it up with evidence now. He made a claim.
Sir.
Okay. Let me now answer you. Somebody like
Sir, you have 1 minute to finish your presentation. Anybody else interrupt you, I'm going to just move them out. I'm done with explaining myself. Just finish. Okay?
All right. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Thank you. So thank you very much for coordinating this space, sir. Thank you. Like I said, the people here on Twitter making noise, running here and there, trying to divide us or cause problem among us. They are just people that were paid. They are just Twitter agents paid. Somebody once challenged me here. The governor once challenged me. I was making some statement, and I tried to correct him. It's not correct. If you want to be a bigot, full chest bigot, and stop hiding under some narratives to claim what is not true. In Enugu State, the forest guard commander in Enugu State is Olatunji, Yoruba man, and nobody is causing any problem with him. There's no fuse about that. And that is how we should be all over. If anybody merits to be given any elected post, to be given any appointment or to be elected, elect him. If you have the population to put the person on the position, give him that position. If you don't have, when he's beaten, don't say it's because he's tribe. Without us fighting ourselves. So I don't want to abuse the time given to me. There is nothing like Igbo versus Yorubaphobia or enmity among Igbo and Yoruba. It is manipulation, political agenda to divide us and rule us. People here on Twitter trying to make Igbos to fear Igbos is just Twitter people that created it. And the street of Lagos Island, Mushi, Ikorodu, and the rest of them, Igbos and Yorubas are still eating together. In fact, Igbo and Yoruba woman is lying on the bed as I'm talking to you, making serious love. Thank you.
All right, Eha, thank you so much for that. I gave you that because of your patience. Timmy, you've been patient as well. Timmy, Tochi, and then we'll go to Ferdinand. Timmy, please go on.
So,
When you
Bifra, can
say
you squeeze
Timmy,
me in
are you
somewhere
referring to
later
my
to
own
respond to
Timmy?
Ikorodu?
Yeah. Timmy, can you hear me?
Do you mean Timmy Lane?
Timmy Lane, yes.
Okay,
Thank
yeah,
you for your
that's my name,
patience. Please
not
go on.
Timmy.
Go on.
Okay, thank you very much. And Dr. Banwo, I greet you, Moki Ekale. Um, I
Hello
have
there.
listed my points, and I found this space very interesting, and these are the kind of space we should have, and this is very important in shaping our citizenship and also national orientation, because there are a lot of stuff that I have learned here as a citizen of Nigeria, which I never knew, especially from Ola Bola and from, I think, Chijioke. Yeah. So let me start with my point. Number one, it is not political, and politicians are also one of us. This is a very, straightforward stuff. They are people that living next on the, next door to us. So they are not like living in a separate place or in a separate in a segregated state. We are all living together. Even if any one of them is pushing this narrative, it is still being pushed by someone who could be a Yoruba or who could be an Igbo person. So it is not political. This is just based on individual interest on how they want Nigeria to proceed. So we shouldn't look at it as a political matter. While there can be, political interest in this, we shouldn't look at it that way. And my second point is that the history of how most Yoruba lands are founded should be observed while discussing what is going on here. We have Gazette in the Constitution that actually like attributes lands to individual people and the individual communities. And I hail from a town where in 2025, two clans in my hometown is still, fighting about who truly arrived here first. So if I compare this town to Lagos, I don't think anyone would come and be like, this town is no man's land. And this is a reality in 2025. We are still debating who owns this land. And then when you're in this talk, you won't be looking and be saying, okay, because a certain ethnic group has, has bought many lands and they have proven to be successful. That's what they say. That now they should, they should claim to be the owner. No, this people that maybe like as it is an hunter and a warrior, it's just how it was back then. And then when it is the modern time, the story changed. So where am I going? Lagos was founded based on maybe I'm not sure how Lagos was founded, but usually in Yoruba land, land grabs, you powers, you can take lands if you're powerful than the other people, So we have to look at that part, and it's actually very deeping into our culture. Like you can say, okay, you go on SI, and then now you decide that okay, this is where you would be staying, with your people, or maybe war displaced you. So, however, I don't know much about the foundation of the Yoruba land, but I know that the indigene and also the people who have lived here before the political governors would have, so much connectedness to the land than whosoever is buying it in 2020 or in 2025. So Lagos became this industrious and this rich right from the colonial era. And all these, Lagos is no man's land narrative started back then because it became the center of slave trade. That I know. And there are other places like Calabar. But Lagos, because of the easy access to the port and whatever reason, it became the most preferred place to trade. And till today, it is still the most preferred place to trade in the country. So that is also to be noted. It is not the fact that today's Igbo people are now doing business, or today's Igbo, Yoruba people are now doing business, and the business is becoming successful. That's not the reason why Lagos became what it is now. It started way back. And then another point I would like to make is that our constitution is too Westerner. And like someone said, that a particular state has its own laws that actually oppose what the federal laws, says. And the reason why I say it is not it is unfair is the fact that we are looking at Lagos gradually moving to a an era where an able man would eventually come up and say they want to become a governor. Constitutionally, it is possible. You should do that. You can do that. But when we look at the settings, like I am from Oyo, for instance, and Governor Sheyi Makinde crowned our king, like, and that is something that is very cultural. Like the crowning of the king is not just something that you would just do. Even that process, I don't like it. Like, why should the governor crown the king? That is the but that's a story for another day. But my point is that we would come to a point, an era where an able man will be like, okay, I have invested here, I've lived here for so long, I contribute to the economy. Now I should, decide how it should be. And that would come to, I don't know if they do that here, but I know it is very common in Oyo State that the Governor Sheyi Governor Abimbola, they crowned so many kings.
Can you round up in 30 seconds to me, please?
Okay, so that shouldn't be possible constitutionally in some parts of Nigeria, like this Yoruba land. So and I would also want to add that there is something called cultural amnesia. The fact that we are losing our foundational heritage, like the stories, the histories, we are losing it, and then we are trying to ignore that and trying to come into the conclusion that it is done this way in the West, and it should be that way in Nigeria as well. And that is
All right, thank you. That's 1 more minute. And sorry, I got to shut it down. I want to appreciate everybody. I don't plan to stay all day, all night on this talk. Mr. Timley, my apology that I had to just cut in. A beautiful flower give you 30 more seconds. You took another 1 minute. So my apologies if it looked like I jumped into your thoughts. But we've been here now for 6 hours, and we have to call it a day. I want to appreciate every one of you for being here. Um, um, Unless Beautiful Flower wants to continue this, I plan for this to be a 3-hour space, but we are now at 6 hours. So every good thing must come to an end. I want to appreciate everybody on both sides. I thought I saw somebody there. Let me be sure it's not him. Okay, sorry. I thought I saw Dele there. I wanted to bring him up. All right, so I want to appreciate everyone again. The whole idea is that it's better to jojo than to war. See, we talk, everybody talk their own, talk it back and forth, and talk it back and forth is always better than fighting and abusing each other's fathers and mothers and calling us names. So I look forward to more of this type of rooms, even if it's not called by me, but somebody really wants to have a discussion. And now that I'm engaged, I think I am going to do more of this, but I just want to be central to try to balance it. Unfortunately, every time I try to balance, I don't please anybody. The Igbos are not happy, Yorubas are not happy, but that's the way it is for the man who's trying to stay in the middle. Because everything Nigeria now, especially with politics coming in, it's either you are one side or you are the other. People don't believe that if you are not for them, then you must be. They believe that if you are not for them, then you are against them, and that is so sad. But I appreciate you guys. I'll let a beautiful flower have the last word before I close the room, unless she wants to continue it. But here is where I think we should call it a day. We've trended for 6 straight hours. I think that's a good thing, and then we've given both sides or all sides. Let me not say both sides. Everybody opportunity to speak at least as much as we can. And I want to appreciate you, a beautiful flower, for your great work in moderating for me and everybody on stage. If you are not able to talk, it's not because anybody don't want you to talk. It's just the way it turned out. Honestly, I don't know most of those who have been allowed to talk, and that's how it is. Even though I know some of you will still claim, "It never come, it never come." Most times, I don't know who you are on there. Thank you so much. Beautiful flower, I'll let you have the last word before I close the room, unless you want to continue the room, but I will leave. 6 hours is all it's too
Doctor,
much
I
that I
wanted
want
to
to
ask
give
a
to you.
question. I never allowed me to.
It's not that I didn't allow you to. There are other people talking. What is your question? I'll take it. Okay, go
Okay.
ahead.
I wanted to ask Olabola a question because those in Ondo that have extended land to Lagos. And I'm going to ask him, in the census conducted in 1936 about the tribes of Lagos.
Well, I think that's a concept for another day. Census, that's a whole different ball game altogether. Because if they do census, I'm not even sure Hausas are going to be the biggest in Nigeria. Oh. Even these Igbos that you are talking about, they're plenty. Oh. It was plenty well. I don't know. At the end of the day, Hausas might end up being number 3, and war will start. By that they count real, for real. Joe. But that's a discussion for another day. Beautiful flower. What say you? I think we should call it, but I'll let you respond. Go
Oh,
ahead.
it's fine if you want to call it, but if you leave, the room dies. This is not like Clubhouse where somebody else can continue with the room. So, yeah.
Okay. If you want to continue, I don't have to exit. I may just not be participating much unless the wala is too much.
Okay, let me
If you
take
guys want
the
to continue,
speakers that are left because we have a lot of people down there and I
okay.
have their list,
All right.
and then
I'll just be here.
I'll round it up. Okay.
Okay. All right. No
Thank you for
problem.
that.
I'll hand it over to
Okay.
you. No problem.
Tochi.
Right.
Tochi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Thank you for your patience. Please go on.
Yeah, thank you. Um, Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Dr. Ope. I know you want to sleep. I mean, I I feel your pain. 6 hours is no joke. Me, I just joined like over 2 hours ago, and man, it's a hell of a thing. But since it's like this, I'm going to be quick with it. Once again, greetings, everyone. Greetings, beautiful flower. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So, first, I'm going to talk about Pantheon. Pantheon. I heard about this guy. So, he was saying so many things, and he sounded really like a good person. But I need him to understand that, in the real sense, the best judge is our conscience. Think about us think about us in an argument. What do our true conscience tell us about this an argument? Is it an avenue to learn, or probably Is it an avenue whereby our conscience tells us what is right or wrong? Because they are the true things. It's not about anyone judging, it's not about the person listening, trying to understand these two people' point of view. It's about you, between this issue you have with this guy. You see, what are you telling yourself that you are doing wrong? And what are you telling yourself that this guy is doing wrong? And what are you telling yourself that you're doing right and this guy is doing right? You see, then you talk about the issue of no man's land, the word, that assertion that is said that the Igbos are talking about the Yorubas, are talking about the Lagos state, that it is a no man's land. I need you to understand that even the Igbos made such assertions that Anambra state is also a no man's land. But you see, I'll come back to that shortly because there are reasons why such words come up. You see, things people tend to joke sometimes, you see, and people say words that affect others, which us, our conscience should understand that yes, this thing truly is not right, and this thing truly might just be a fair joke, which nothing like that, nothing like a fair joke. If someone feels like, bro, I don't like this thing where they talk, should understand when to withdraw. You see, I have to make my fellow citizens, people who are Nigerians, I mean, actual good people who wants this country to be good, who wants this country to be good. Especially, I heard when Abimbola was saying something. I really enjoyed what he was saying. I enjoyed what Abimbola was saying. So, and I also want them to understand that me, my judgment, the judgment of my conscience, with the judgment of my conscience, I am also wrong to say that Lagos is a no man's land, knowing fully well that locations don't feel good about it. I might even want to say it as a joke because when my friend is a Yoruba guy, I can actually say, you are no fame man. He's my friend. We should be able to joke to each other about things. We should be able to make jest. But when someone comes on the internet and call me an Ofe man, someone that is not even my guy, I will just ignore the person. Or probably if I feel like maybe I should respond to the person, I'm going to shun him to make him understand that me, I don't like the way you're relating to me right now. You see, now this is on a personal level. You see my point? This now is on a personal level. But back to the case that I stated that Igbos also made such statements about Anambra State. This is because they find this place as a place they can do business, they can organize things. Not that they are taking the land from Anambra people. Enugu person, I'm an Enugu man and I stay in Anambra State. I cannot take Anambra State from an Anambra man, no matter what. But when Anambra man feels like I should not say that this place is not, is not a no man's land, I'm going to stop. Which when these things we are saying, these things are as far back as our parents. I cannot see anybody in my age mate saying such a thing now. Nobody's saying it. Just like people coming out say that Igbos are saying that Yoruba is a no man's land. Any reasonable Igbo man is not going to come out to tell you that it's a reasonable Yoruba man, that your land is a no man's land. You see, I don't see the reason why people go about this case. I don't see why people who are supposed to be reasonable even pay attention to when someone who's trying to be a bigot is saying such a thing. You see now, if truly we want one Nigeria as truly an intellectual people, we should shun every form of bigotry, or rather totally ignore it. Shun it when it is my tribesman, and also shun it when it is your own tribesman. So we don't fall for this propaganda created by those whom it will only benefit. It's not going to benefit me. Ignore these people pushing bigotry, condemn it straight up. It's not hard to detect moron who's trying to push a bigotry agenda. Trust me, it's not hard. Like Abimbola said earlier, I'm always making reference to that guy. He's really, really a very nice guy. I mean, he spoke beautifully. I was enjoying everything he was saying. I've not seen any tweet about someone coming out telling that his neighbor who is from the other tribe, is actually having issues with the person just because the person is the bigot, or maybe the person is always making assertions, they're dropping all those laws and cursing word. Because even if it happens, you just know that this person is not your friend. You also have friends from other tribes who probably will say those things as a joke. It's not something that should be political. It's not something that we should come out, aged men, come out, people, older people come out to be arguing such a thing. See, I'm a businessman, and I just hope that you people understand my point. And a trader, if I may say. I have a handful of Yoruba customers who are also good friends. We make a lot of jokes together, and I've also hoped we could have a drink or two together most of the times, because it is enjoyable, even when you get experience from people who are from other tribes. I am not staying in Lagos, and that's the point. And I have such friends whom I enjoy their company. Knowing that at the end of the day, that the current politicians who are so badly compromised will benefit from this chaos. So why would we be, it's even a no-brainer that I shouldn't even be having this conversation to start with. Bad politicians are in the Igbo tribe as much as they are in Yoruba tribe. This is why they don't debate on this topic, bigotry, in the House of Assembly. As we are doing now, as we are doing this thing now, you cannot see them in the House of Assembly, because we talk about bigotry, let us make a law of bigotry. They are not going to talk about that nonsense, because they know that it's a fox. The thing is not even real. Rather, they are helping each other do their thing, because they know that business laugh at us while we make all these nonsense arguments. So my question is, which I will try to end my own take now. My question is, how are we helping each other, the good citizens of Nigeria? We ignore the good citizens of Nigeria, the people who wish for this country to be good, but rather chase the chaos, which is taking debate to fight against each other. I heard ethical as he was making his own talk, talking about this one talk say, Lagos and no man's land. Why you go to talk that kind of thing? Allow them to, people who wants to be a bigot, let them be a bigot. If you want to join them and be bigot, for me una day, they do that on our own bigotry. This country had too much for me to call the reason another bigotry. All of us supposed to stay together, make we see how we take make this country better. I don't know if people are hearing me. We supposed to find a way to make this country a better place, rather than all these things. So please, I'm ending my own take here, and thank you everyone for paying attention to what I said. Blessings.
Thank
Shalom.
you. Yeah, thank you, Tochi. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to move you and bring other people up. So we're going to take a new queue now. So I'll go with Rahima first, and then Bishop, Chijoke, Erubodo, Ajagun, Sonny. So it will be Rahima, Bishop, Chijoke, Erubodo, Ajagun, then Boban, and then Sonny. Bishop, are you there?
Okay, Bishop first.
Yeah, Bishop then. Oh, sorry, apologies. Yeah, it's you first, Rahima, and then Bishop. Sorry.
Raima, should I go? You want to go?
Okay, Bishop, please go. I'm quickly doing something, but I'm listening. So after you, I'll come back. I'll come up.
Thank you, my dear
Mm.
sister.
Okay, okay.
Bawoni, it's been long. Oh, beautiful flower. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the mic, and good evening, everyone. I actually wanted to speak to Dr. Banwo first because I've not engaged him on Twitter for anyway. But since he's no longer here, I came up because of.
I'm here. What did I
Oh,
do to
no,
you?
you
Oh
can
yeah,
hear me. Okay, good.
keep working.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we've never engaged ourselves probably on space or you know, but the simple truth is this: I believe that we are where we are today because we've not been respecting each other bandwidth differences, culture, and customs. I spent about 4 years in Enugu. I know Enugu like the back of my palm. And if you are from Enugu here, you want to ask me a question, you are free, and I will tell you places I stayed in Enugu. But not once will you see me. You can check my timeline, talk about Enugu is this and that. No, I enjoy my stay in 042. I really enjoy my stay in Enugu. By the way, I am Awori from Iworo.
But we are also spent 2 years in Enugu, you know that? Abakwanike and Enmity and all that. We also do our
I
part.
even stay at Nice. I even stay at Nice, say, and you know how we enjoy.
Are you
Yes,
serious?
now I stay at
I
Nice.
was there for 2 years.
Wow, I stay at Nice, number 19.
Okay.
You know, the simple truth about this is we should stop this gaslighting. Let us be factual with ourselves. This is where we wrong each other. This is where, okay, yes. No, the last brother that spoke said people are joking when they say Lagos is no man's land. Bro, don't let us gaslight each other. Let us be factual with ourselves. If you go on the comment section, I engaged one of our brother from the east, where he said the Abga guy that contested to be governor of Lagos 10 years ago in 2015, that he has the right to contest. Yes, that's what the Constitution says. The Constitution says you have the right to be voted and voted for. But common sense should tell you that me as an Awori, a Lagosian, I don't have any other state to claim. I cannot go to Ogun. There are large communities. We even have more than 2, 3, 4 local governments in Ogun that are Awori-dominated local governments. But I cannot leave my Lagos and go to Ogun and claim that I want to be local government chairman. No. But the fact
No, but they are claiming that. What are you talking about? It's happening. What are you talking
yes,
about?
it is happening. Dr. Bao, it is happening. It is. It is happening.
Lagos has wait. Lagos has even oppressed us in Ogun State. If you want to talk that one, all these your Yayi, all those people, are they Ibonatiwa? Are they not Lagos people?
No. I disagree, Dr. Bao. Don't play this thing with us.
All those.
Don't play. I know. I know Senator Yayi ancestral compound at
No,
Ilaro.
I'm just kidding about that one.
At
No, I'm
Ilaro,
just
I
kidding about
know.
that. But
Even
Lagos people have been oppressing us in Ogun. They be oppressing
no.
us.
But the simple truth is this. You see, one of our brothers came here and was saying this and that and that. The reason why I actually came up was because of excellence. Because I was on a space yesterday when I listened to him and he was saying that he knows that very soon an Igbo man will become the governor of Lagos State. I am a worry. How do you expect me to react to such statements? No. How do you expect me to react to such statements? I don't have any other state to claim as mine. I can't go to Bono. I can't go to Enugu. I can't go to Yobe to come and say I want to go and fight for them.
Okay, so sorry, I will stop you there again so that we can have more fun here.
Okay.
So you are really saying your problem is but it's okay for someone that is from Ogun State to be your governor.
No,
But
Dr. Bawo,
your governor is your
no,
problem.
Dr. Bawo, I don't know whether you listened to a space that was aired this morning.
No, I did not.
Okay.
I'm just asking a very
No,
question.
I will tell you my position. I will tell you my position, sir. I will tell you my position, sir. And my position is very clear.
Okay.
My position is very clear.
Yeah.
If you are not a Lagosian, I don't care whether you are from Ogun, you are from Oyo, you are from my second home, or Shun, where I spent 12 years of my life. Please, I am begging you. I'm begging you, leave Lagos politics for us. I'm not saying you don't have the right to vote or be voted for. I'm not. Oh, don't misquote me. Oh, I'm not. Oh, please, you have the right to collect form from any political party.
I just ask you, Sanwo-Olu is not a Lagosian. Are you okay with that? Is governor? Answer that.
Am I okay with it,
Answer
sir?
that.
Am I okay with it? Please, sir,
Yeah.
Can I reverse the question and ask you that why do you think Sanwo-Olu is not a Lagosian?
I know because I know his compound in Ijebu. What are you talking about? I know you have been there.
You'll be okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay, good. If you say
I have a long
Ijebu
history
Mushi,
with
or
the
which
man.
of the Ijebu, sir?
Yes, Ijebu Mushi. I've known the man since 1991.
Okay.
So don't tell me.
Okay, good.
I know him very well.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bawo, I'm a Lagosian, and I don't know whether you were aware that last year or 2 years ago, the state government held will I say a conference to tell people.
I'm still not answering the question.
No,
Even
I'm answering the question so that you will know where I'm coming from, sir. That's why I'm answering the question. so that you
Because
understand where I'm coming from.
no,
Our
no, you're not answering me.
I am
Abade is not from
no.
Lagos. Tinubu is not from Lagos. Sanwo-Olu is not from Lagos. The last governor of Lagos, real Lagosian that has been governor, is Fashola. You are okay with all of those, but you are not okay with somebody saying, "I'm Igbo, I want to be governor." I don't know. I'm asking, why is there a
Okay,
difference?
good.
Yes, go ahead, sir. If you can
To
face
me,
that.
there's no difference. That's why I said you are from Ogun, you are from Oyo, you are from what was the name again? Ekiti. That's where I started from. That's where I started from because I'm basing my submission on the constitution that clarified that we have 36 states and an FCT. And it's because me, as an Awori, I cannot go to Oshun, where I spent 12 years of my life, to claim that I'm an Ife man. They will show me my father's house. That's the truth. I know this, you know this. Now, let me now go to something one of my brothers said here. See, whether we like it or not, we need to be factual with ourselves. And when we are being factual, we should not try to throw jabs. My brother Eya Amufuson, you said some Fulani kills, and their leader came up with a bill to give them free land. I know you are probably talking about Ruga. See, the simple truth is this. In every tribe, we have good people, we have bad people. I've stayed in 34 out of 36 states of this federation, and I can tell you for a fact that every crime being done in every part of this country, you have locals among them, among the criminals, whether you like it or not. You also said that someone on a space listed by that Ikorodu Ekpe, it was me that said it, and I'm going to repeat what I said here now so that you understand very well. As at during the years that the federal capital of Nigeria was in Lagos Island and some part of Apapa, we as Lagosians did not enjoy any benefit by the virtue of the fact that FCT was in that part, in Badagry, in Ikorodu, in Epe. You also mentioned Mushi. Guy, I was born and brought up in Ilasa Maja. Ilasa Maja. See, when we tell you these things, we are not telling you because we are lying. Please do your own research. Please, I'm begging, do your own little research. Keta Bridge was constructed in 1901, long before the amalgamation of Nigeria. 1901. As at 1865 or thereabout, the internal generated revenue of Lagos was £194,000 or thereabout. So when I listen
And
to
all
some
that
of this,
money, all that one that whatever, even let's even take your figure that is correct. I've not fact checked you yet. So where is all that money coming from?
no, please fact check me.
Is it only from Lagos or from the whole of the of the Nigeria that the British have conquered? What are you talking about?
No.
What are you talking about?
Lagos.
Which
Dr.
Lagos?
Bao, Lagos.
Which
Please fact
Lagos
check
now?
me.
Which Lagos? Which
The
Lagos?
colony. The
Sorry.
colony. Please fact check me, please. Please fact
Exactly.
check me.
Yeah, you are right. There was no Nigeria at the time.
Exactly. But you said
Wait,
Please.
colony.
are you saying the Lagos colony funded the infrastructure during the colonial times?
Oh.
Absolutely, they did.
Beautiful flower.
No, wait.
Absolutely.
Is that what Bishop is saying? Just
That
let
is what
Bishop
I'm
answer.
saying. And if you want documented let me send it to your DM right away. So that you read and please fact check me.
What was the colony, the stuff that they built there, the white guys who are there doing this whatever, what were they using? Is it what is the business that was in Lagos? Is it not from what they are getting in the whole of the area that they are
From the
using to
interland.
Yeah,
develop
in the
Yeah.
the
Yoruba
colony?
interland specifically.
It's not
Yoruba
Yoruba
interland.
interland alone.
No,
Stop.
it is Yoruba interland specifically. We
Guys,
wrote
I
it.
don't want to turn this into a Lagos, what Lagos did, what
No,
Lagos
Exactly.
it is.
didn't
Just
do.
as Mama
But
Shebe Jare, there
that's
was
not
no Nigeria.
true.
Anyway,
If you look at the
Bishop just want to
Olabala, please.
gaslight
I don't want
now.
to
wait,
do.
Bishop,
I don't
wait,
want to do.
Bishop, wait, Bishop, wait. I listened to you in a different room, and I think I put it in the thing. I try to stay away from Lagos issue, but there's a Lagos Blue Book, there's a PW document, and there's a Lagos archival document. You can see how the colonial masters, right, did funded infrastructure, and the loan in particular that funded a lot of infrastructure plus the first Qatar bridge. It's not Lagos colony alone. But go on.
Thank you. So please, you said I would like to see that book because I will forward some books to you so that you read too, so that we learn from each other. But I know the history. I know my ancestors' history. I know the book I've read. So thank you. Oh, someone also said yes, the same brother also said that Igbos I want to center this thing around my own state. I don't want to talk about any other state. I'm a Lagosian, so please permit me to just center it around my Lagos. Now he said that some people did not come to claim ownership in Lagos, but bro, you've forgotten that a certain person, I forgot his name, claimed to be AZ of Ajawa Estate, that the state had to jail him because he contradicts the law of the land. That's it. We call it the chief. I forgot the name of this law that has to do with our traditional institution in Lagos State. Now, the simple truth is this: I see so many people. When you want to come, you say you want to politicize this. See, this thing has nothing to do with politics. You said you blame APCB leaders; they are the ones sponsoring these things and the rest of it. But Baba, see, this same person that some of you are now throwing jab at was the first person, democratically elected governor in Lagos State, that appointed an Igbo man as commissioner, that appointed an Igbo man as SA. I'm a Lagosian and I can send you books that was shared by Jimmy in 2015, where he introduced.
Sorry, Bishop, I have to interrupt you again because when you make a
Sir?
statement, my job is to just make sure you don't get away with statements that are not true. You are saying that they are having
Thank you, sir.
Igbos have Eze or whatever in Lagos. Don't Yorubas have Obas in other places? You want me to give you their names and where they have them? They have
Please.
Oba Yoruba of Kanu, Saki Yoruba of Kanu. They have Oba Yoruba of Zaria in Kaduna. So it's not unique.
Okay.
They have Oba Yoruba of Bauchi.
Okay.
That's number 3. They have Oba Yoruba of Sabongeri, Kaduna. They have Oba Yoruba of Jos.
Kaduna, I know that one.
They have Oba Yoruba of Lokoja. That's at least 6 I've read. Contradicts me, anybody that is here that is claiming all this stuff. So let's not go there. We keep pointing to these things as if that makes the Igbos trying to be domineering or taking over our state. All of this is coming from 2023 is what I keep saying, because these things have been there. Yorubas have their own enclaves in every area they go. Nobody is shouting. They even have Oba in Port Harcourt. They have Oba in Port Harcourt. If you don't believe that, I will give you the name of the Oba. I will give you where he is. Okay, or you can search for yourself. They have Oba in Lokoja. They have in Jos. They have everywhere. So why should the fact that Igbos have an Eze in Lagos then become an issue? They even have Oba in London now. What are you talking about? So let's make the thing.
Dr. Kwe,
let's make this
did you see
balance.
Dr. Kwe?
That's all I'm saying.
Dr.
I don't
Kwe.
like statements that are not true. I will fact check you immediately and I will let you know. That doesn't take from anything you are saying, but don't try to.
No, sorry, sir. Which of the statement is not true? That's
wait, Bishop.
Somebody
Bishop, give
to
me
be
one.
easy
Bishop, give me 1 second, please. Dr. Kwe, can you hear me?
Okay, ma'am.
I'll restore your time.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Dr. Kwe.
I can hear you.
Okay, I think that maybe we having leaders in different enclaves, I don't think that's the issue.
Exactly.
I think that the body language of maybe the enclaves. We know we have a huge Hausa community or Fulani community in Lagos, in Edo, and everywhere. But I think there's this video. I think that guy is a charlatan, and I think it plays into this almost like he would call on maybe Yoruba people, help them, and then address them in a humiliating way. And I think that casts a negative. So I just think it's the body language and the rhetorics,
I know
right?
that's
If you're in
fine.
a place,
if you say that, but we know again.
yes. I think maybe it's part of the disrespect when you're in a host community and now you want to,
and I think
be
that's
behaving one
cultural,
kind.
because to me it's like the way my voice rises when I'm talking. So people might see that as disrespect, but if you know me, that's how my voice is always loud. It doesn't mean I want to disrespect anybody. I'm just like that. The Igbos generally, even when they talk among themselves, Okay, they talk aggressively. That is who they are. Okay, you think they are fighting if you don't understand their language. Their intonation, their whatever is aggressive in itself, but that's who they are. You can't fault people for who they are. The Hausas are more laid back. They don't shout. They don't raise their voices that much. Yorubas are a little bit also on the loud side, but we all know that Igbos are very my children, because they don't have much experience about the way we talk in Yoruba land too. When I'm talking with some of my friends, they think maybe we are fighting because they're not used to all that noise. They're not used to people just screaming at each other. We have to be telling them that no, we are not fighting, we are just discussing. So maybe that tone, and I agree, it can be grating, it can be, but once you know that this is the culture of these people, this is our culture, this is our culture, maybe we are not going to be so offended by each other. I don't know, I wasn't there, this one you're talking about, but when they are trying to cite, they try to make it like, oh, Igbos want to take over Lagos, want to take over everywhere they go, they make their own Oba, they make their own Eze. When we have had an Oba in Kano for more than 100 years, the current one is called Alhaji Alimi Otisheshe. That's the name of the Oba that we have in Kano. That store true has been there for 100 years. Nobody disturbed us. Nobody is saying that we want to take over Kano. So to me, that is the point. If we have direct point against the Igbos for what they are doing that we think is unbecoming, let's say so, but let's not cite things in isolation because it favors us. The issue of, oh, they appoint their own Eze in Lagos is what I'm attacking. Anything else he says,
Oh,
I'm
okay, sir.
agreeing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking
Okay.
about because everybody does that.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bishop, please go on. I'll restore your time. Sorry,
Thank
go
you.
on.
Sorry, sis. I wanted to ask Dr. Obao because he said he wanted to fact check me for something that I said that is not true. So is it that the guy that claimed to be Eze of Ajawa Estate did not say that it was Eze of Ajawa
No,
Estate? Because that's
I'm
what I
saying
said.
that's an irrelevant point because we also have Obas everywhere in Nigeria. So why is that a relevant point?
So I get you now, sir. I get you now, sir. But the difference is this, sir. And beautiful black father will bear me witness. And I also will plead with you, sir, to also go on YouTube and check that video. He did a video where he said he is going to invite IPOB members to come and protect Igbo interest in Lagos.
Ofekuni,
He said it.
Ofekuni. If he said that, it must be mad.
You
But it
understand?
doesn't
That
represent
was
every
exactly
Igbo.
what
That's
he
a
said.
madman if he said that. But it's not.
That was what he said. That was what he
Okay, I
said.
understand.
And that was
what
why
you're
he was
saying now. Okay,
arrested.
go ahead.
You understand? Thank you, sir. Now, see, the simple truth is this. Whether you like it or not, because a brother came here and was saying, politician. See, okay, I may agree with you that the 2023 election actually brought out what was being managed ab initio, whether you like it or not, because I can take you far back as 1946, the speech by Jaja Wanchuku at Glover Hall, where he said Lagos was no man's land. The 1956 conference at Leicester, England, where the Eastern delegates also addressed Lagos as no man's land. I can also refer you, you can read it also at, there's this book, Separatist Agitation in Nigeria since 1914, page 569. See, whether you like it or not, these things have been there. Some people have overlooked it. Some people see it as joke and the rest of it. I also agree that the 2023 also brought out some one or two things because, okay, fine, let's say politicians latch onto those things and they actually use it. Okay, maybe. But you would also blame someone like me, who is an Awori, who cannot go to Ogun, go to Oyo, go to Enugu, go to Kaduna. I can't. That's a fact. And when I now look up and hear people say such things, Dr. Banwosa, the same space that was aired yesterday night, where I said excellent, claim that an Igbo person will be governor of Lagos State, where I also listened to a back and forth between Grandmaster and Whitebeard, where Whitebeard, as a Lagosian, was saying, why can't an indigenous person be allowed to lead you? Because Grandmaster was using Alaba as an example. And he said, okay, because we Igbos, we have large number in Alaba. So we want somebody, an Igbo person, to represent us. And I was just laughing. You know why I was laughing? Because he's literally talking about a land that belongs to Aworis. And I was just laughing because probably he thought Alaba is the entire Ojo local government is made up of Alaba. But he's not aware that Ojo local government is made up of 34 towns or communities. You talk about Abule Ade, Abule Aka, Abule Oshun, Abule Aregbe. Alaba is just one of them. Ajangbadi is there, Ijaniki is there, Igboelewi is there, Ilogbo is there, Kokomaiko is there. So sometimes I just smile when people talk about Lagos State, because clearly most people that talk about this Lagos State don't even know this Lagos State. The only thing they know is like, okay, I know this area, I know this area, I know this area. But do you know the makeup of that Lagos State? Because one day, I think it was same Akukeria that I told. Anyway, Dr. Bao, maybe you are not aware. The same Akukeria that came here to come and rant is a known IPOB member, and he's so proud of it. He has never hidden that fact that he's an IPOB member. I explained to him that in Lagos State, if I do a breakdown of towns and community in Lagos State for you, is over 684 towns community in Lagos State. So sometimes when people talk about this Lagos State, I just smile. I smile because I know that this thing is coming from a place of maybe little knowledge, because I don't want to say ignorant. Maybe little
All I know
knowledge
is
of
that your
this
last
state
three
you call
governors
Lagos
are
State.
not indigenous of Lagos, but you're not shouting about that. That's all I want to hear.
No, Dr. Bao, how are you sure I'm not shouting about it? Because you don't know me. If you know me, you will know.
Okay, so you, oh, I didn't know you. I followed you just now. I followed
You
you.
don't know me.
I want to be hearing because it's entirely removal and let it's even if you want to shout off. The people from Ogun State and
No, Dr.
Oshu,
Bao,
they've
you
been
don't know
oppressing
me.
you for
If you
30
know me,
years.
you will
Hey,
know.
Kigbe,
This
eh,
morning, Dr.
eh.
Bao, this morning, my people have cursed me on that space. Some people, it's true. No, it's true.
A lot
That's
of
the
the
fact.
commissioners in
This
Lagos, they are
morning,
not even from Lagos. They are from Ogun. They are from Oshu. All this Aregbe that is
and
making noise in Osun, did they not empower him in
and
Lagos as double commissioner? Eh, sorrow.
and that's
People
the
never make.
Egbon,
Mm,
that's the
mm.
beauty. That's the beauty of Lagos. Sincerely, that's the beauty of Lagos.
It just shows that
People from all walks of life.
Yorubas are more
Delta.
tribalistic than anybody else, or as tribalistic as the Igbos too, because they have no problem with any other Yoruba person. But what the Doro Igbo is war. So it is mutual. That's why I put it there. Igbophobia versus Yorubaphobia. What is the problem?
No,
Yeah?
Dr. Bawo, I believe that every one of us, irrespective of where we are from, all of us are tribalistic in nature.
Exactly.
We may
I agree.
we may try to hide it, but we are.
I agree. I agree.
I spent 4 years. No, the good thing is you know Enugu very well. I spent 4 years in Enugu, and I can tell you that Insuka and Nkanu. In fact, let me give you an example. The last governorship election that was held in Enugu, and if you are from Enugu, please come up and say this thing I'm saying is true or lie. The LP candidate, was a former commissioner under the last administration of Bubu, who I served with as an essay. This same man is not from Suka, is not from Suka, is from another local government. But when it became election time, they told him, this guy, no. They can share you to a different local government, but you and Nsuka people, you guys are brethren. That was why these people, this in Kano, East and West, and some other people, they go and look at the election now. They didn't do LP top to bottom in Enugu now. They didn't do LP top to bottom in Enugu. They voted for PDP. Whereas in the presidential and the senatorial election, they did LP top to bottom. And that's why I'm saying that we know these things, whether we like it or not. All of us are tribalistic in nature. We can try to like hide it. We are all tribalistic in nature. We are. Let us not play around with words. My own Lagos, whether you like it or not, has been a place where everybody is welcome, irrespective of where you are
Except
from.
Igbos.
You have commissioner from
Except Igbos, Abi. Let me harass you.
Dr. Bao. Why will you say
I,
except Igbo? No,
I don't
why
want to
will you
harass
say
you.
except Igbo? No, I know. Why? Because we have commissioners from Igbos in Lagos. We have essays. It is normal. The only time you can say, okay, these things they've put a stop to it is because of the fallout of that 2023 election.
Thank you. Finally, somebody spoke the truth. Now the question then is, why scapegoat the Igbos? Because you and I know, no matter what they say, Igbos are not more than 20-25% in Lagos. So they could not have made
They are not even up to
Tinubu lose.
25% in Lagos. They are not up to 25% in
Exactly.
Lagos.
So why are they being blamed for Tinubu losing in Lagos? Is the part I don't understand.
Dr. Bawo, my son's wedding is coming on the 30th of August.
Yeah.
Yes, this month.
Yes.
He's a diehard obedient. I have said it on so many spaces. He's a diehard obedient. Me, Monty wants big I don't know what they gave him to eat. But he's the truth. He's an obedient. There's nothing I can do. I've talked, I've done, but he's an adult. No, he's not an adult. My father allowed me to follow my conviction. So I don't have any option. I just sat with him and I said, why are you following this set of people? And he said, he just told me that he believed in the guy, and like, okay, do you really know this guy? Because I do better than you do. But now that is politics, and that is by the way.
I was obedient too.
But I know.
Okay, go on.
But the fact still remains. But the fact still remains that, like somebody said earlier, was it Olabola? Whether you like it or not, I know that the 2023 election has a part to play in this place, but this thing has been there before. We've been managing ourselves. We've been having issues. We've been having these abuse back and forth and everything. But it is what it is. It is what it is. So the facts still remain, like I've always been saying. Let us respect each other. Let us remember that we have differences. We have like me now, I'm a Yoruba person. When I see elders, I'm supposed to prostrate. But I know in Igbo land, you don't do that. In Hausa land, maybe you bend down and do akadede. We have differences. But please, I'm begging now. I don't want to be in my basketball mood. I'm begging now, please. Let us respect our differences. Let us respect our different culture, tradition, and norms. Please, it's not a crime, for you to, like I told the guy on space. I told that guy on space when you said the Abga guy, Okoroji, what was his name, had the right to contest. I said yes, he has the right to contest, but as an indigenous Lagosian, I also have the right to mobilize against him. It's a fact. It's a fact, because I believe I need somebody that understands me, that know my culture and my norms. So it is what it is. Thank you
To be
very much,
honest,
Dr. Bao.
thank you. You've spent like 20 something minutes, believe it or not, on
I
you
know.
alone.
Thank you, beautiful
It's
flower.
okay.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to my rubbish. Thank you very
No,
much.
it's not rubbish. It's okay. Thank you, Bishop. I mean, if people are patient, I give them time, to be honest. So, Rahima, are you ready? And then we'll go to Chiji, okay? Rahima? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. If you're ready, please go on.
Okay, let me just speak on the topic. And then I'm just going to address what somebody said earlier, that there's no Igbophobia, Yorubaphobia. Let's not pretend that nothing is going on. Let's not pretend at all. I mean, before maybe 2023, a lot of us were oblivious. A lot of us in these fights, back and forth, were just oblivious. But now it is clear, it's evident that there's a lot of back and forth on both ends. Now, somebody spoke earlier. I don't know who. I'm sorry, I don't know who, because I've been listening and not looking. That, what's this rhetoric about people wanting to take over anybody's land and this thing? See, when a people echo something a lot, it is safe to say that it is speaking the mind, I mean, of a vast number of people. I mean, I was on a space earlier today, I just even wanted to see if I could rub minds, but of course, their opinions were already formed. The thing is this: Yoruba land has always been, I think, not only Yoruba land, the North has always also been welcoming. But you see, the North have one thing: if you do nonsense, they don't have time for space. So they would put you back in your place and remind you who you are. The Yorubas look away a lot. Think about it, Baje, when things have fallen apart, that's when we now wake up that what is happening? What is happening? Now, from what I remember of all this recent thing that is happening, during 2023 election, before the election, I spoke to a friend of mine. At first, I was like, oh, there's this other person. I've never heard his name before, Peter Obi. This also thing. Oh, what's he about? Oh, he's the youngest. Was my opinion as at the time. Oh, he's the youngest. Well, let's vote for him. How is he? And my friend said, oh, he's good. I mean, they're from the East, so I don't know anything about him. And one day, I wasn't active on Twitter. I wasn't so active on Twitter. I just used to come once in a while. And I asked a completely innocent question on the timeline. This person insulted me, insulted my entire tribe. And this was the rhetoric all over, even Instagram comment sections. You will see maybe nobody was free to vote for who they wanted. Even if Sheyi Tinubu was voting for his father, he was a bigot. Not because he's his father, not because he had party affiliations, because he was a bigot. But you that you are voting for your tribesman, you are not a bigot. And then what is wrong if I say I don't want you in my political space? Because now people will talk and then they pick and choose that, oh, APC is sponsoring it. No, let's not blame people's bad behavior on political parties. Do politicians take advantage of when things are happening? Absolutely, they do. But this thing was something that was on ground. I remember a day, there's a girl, sometimes I see her comments on Instagram and we vibe. And that day, she was one of the people that were peddling this, Lagos is no man's land, this thing. And I said to her, oh, don't say this thing can be offensive. So people like us, we don't have any village anywhere. We don't have any other state we go to. Lagos is our village. That, it can be offensive when you say no man's land. What happens to us? It's almost like you are saying that. She said, I beg. And at that point, I was like, oh, okay. We're laughing, many, if you bring it, I bring it too. See, let me tell you, just because we want peace doesn't mean that because I want to eat meat, I will be calling cow uncle. If you bring it, we will bring it. So it is not a matter of we are imagining it. Look at in Alaba market, for instance. If you are not, I posted it on the comment section. Or have I posted it? I'll check if I posted it. In Alaba market, in Lagos State, Yoruba land, by the way, since some people really don't want it to be Yoruba land, the constitution of the market says it only permits a person from Anambra, Enugu, and Imo to contest for chairmanship. A person from Abia and Ebonyi and a Yoruba person cannot contest for chairmanship. So if there's already discrimination there, even in Yoruba land against Yorubas, and you're now telling me...
Sorry, Rahima, could I just quickly say something? No, it wasn't just the chairmanship. The entire exco of Alaba is restricted and reserved for the Igbos.
Yes, for instance,
the entire exco.
Okay. You see, there are certain things that you cannot even sell when you are from a certain part of the East. 30% sorry, I'm just going to read this from the listen. Also, and I'm just going to read this section B from section 5B. Also, Anambra, Enugu, and Imo State shall be responsible for the provision of 30% each of the elective offices, while Ebonyi and Abia states will provide the remaining 10% of the elective offices. Now, this is between five states. In Lagos states, but
on
you are not even
soil,
mentioned. You are not even mentioned. Can you say that you've not heard on this Twitter? People say, we'll take over, when we take over Lagos, all those Yoruba, Yoruba, they will not even speak Yoruba in Lagos State again. And you want us to just look and say, oh, they are just angry. If we're not voting for Gbabode, that he doesn't represent us, you will say that It's because we are bigots. After all, he's a son of the soil. First of all, we don't even say son of the soil. We don't say that. It's not a Yoruba word. We don't use those words. So why is it that when you want to do something, it is not bigotry, and then when something is not okay with us, then it is bigotry? I don't get it. And then this somebody from Ekiti, somebody see Ashati, Shemi, Ati Ekiti person, it's the same. My culture, my language, my traditions are pretty much the same with that of an Ekiti person.
No,
So
sorry, Madam Raima, let me just say this.
Robodo, you
When
are
people
interjecting me
say,
now.
sorry, Jerry, sorry.
Wait for your turn, please. Thank you. Now, you cannot, I hate that rhetoric from the bottom of my heart. In theory, according to the Nigerian constitution, absolutely, you have the same rights as every other Nigerian. But in theory, you don't. You do not. You are not the same. If I speak Timbasope Bawoni, my person knows the meaning of Bawoni. Timbasope, oh, what do I want? Sorry, I'm going to speak English. I know a lot of everybody on this space is not Yoruba. Now, if I say, if you meet a Yoruba girl, for instance, now, and you are maybe from Edo State, and you want to go and meet her father, you can ask a Yoruba from any state, what do I take or what do I say? How do I do when I go and meet her father? It's the same. But we don't have the same culture. We don't share a border. We don't have the same traditions. And you now want to say you have, no, you don't. You don't. You don't. And if you don't like it, as in, I'm not sorry, you do not have the same rights. There's this paper, whether it's fake or not, that they keep peddling as evidence, but I'm going to use that evidence against them. 1891 census in Lagos. As at 1891, there was not a single Igbo person in Lagos. The first Igbo people came to Lagos in the 30s. The people that were born in the 30s are still alive. And then, Dangote's investment in Lagos alone is more than the combination of Gbogbo Leko. But we heard, do you know how long Hausa people have been in Lagos? As at that 1891 census, the Hausa people, Nupe people, Liberians have been in Lagos. We've never heard anything of the sort. The same APC that you accuse, and I'm not partisan, so nobody should even go there, that you accuse of, and Tinubu that you accuse of bigotry, is the same Tinubu that brought you people to come and punish us. Brought outsiders, they issuing UC of all these things. So please, where is this thing coming from? It's really annoying to hear me. But let's stop pretending. We need to just stop pretending that these things don't exist. I'm going to even show you some posts. During Buhari's era, Buhari's 8 years, the Fulanis and the Hausas, they were cows, they were this, they were that. So I saw many people I fought with on Instagram because I wasn't active here. Even I'm not a northerner. So many people I fought with on those things. And then you now came to the Yorubas, and now we're fighting back, we're bigots. I'll be that. I will be that. You cannot just keep doing these things. Why can you not live in a place and just get along with people? Why can people not do their thing without you? I don't know. Honestly, you cannot be a victim everywhere. You cannot. It is impossible for you to be a victim everywhere. If everybody is complaining about you everywhere, sit down and reflect. That, okay, what is it that I'm doing that is rubbing people the wrong way? What is it that I'm doing that is rubbing people the wrong way? You've lived in Lagos for decades. You've thrived in Lagos. You've thrived in Yoruba land. Nobody has disturbed you. And then all of a sudden we are bigots. If we were bigots, trust me, you will not thrive. You will not be coming to Lagos. And let's not even pretend as though you to come and say there was traffic in Lagos even before you came. Before you started coming to Lagos in the 30s, there was already traffic in Lagos, meaning it was already a bustling city. We had a port, we were exporting cocoa, exporting different things, and building our Lagos. So when you come, before oil was discovered, Lagos was already a bustling city. So what is it that you came to build? People selling phone case will come on this space and come and talk. We built Lagos. It's annoying, please. It is really, really annoying. I didn't come here to lecture anybody. I just came to air out my grievances because I'm just irritated. Let's not pretend as though we don't know what is going on ground. We don't want to vote for Gbadebo. It's a problem. We don't want to vote for years. Our accountant general in Lagos, an Igbo man, nobody cared. Chairmen in different local governments, Igbo men. There is no other place in Nigeria where you will see posters of people's names from different parts of Nigeria in Lagos than in Lagos. And nobody ever cared. But now, we don't even want anybody in our political space again. We don't want. And if we're bigots for that, we will be. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Raima. Chijioke, is your mic good now? Chijioke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, go
Sorry,
on. I'll
yeah,
restore your time. So please go on.
yeah, I dropped earlier. So yeah, So I think I stopped when I said I debunked that stuff about the Johannes stuff. So I think where I cut off is when I was saying that. Oh yeah, another thing another agenda that's always being run is about that Jaja Wachuku in 1947, I believe. So what I was trying to say is that that post that Dr. Ope put up about Jakonde, I think it was 1979 inauguration or so, around about that time, was just reaffirming what was said previously about Lagos being a no man's land. All he was saying is, yes, it was a no man's land. Then, in terms of, yes, it was owned by the British colony, and then it became an FCT. So by that means, it became a no man's land. That is what he was reaffirming. So basically, it was reaffirming the fact that what those people said previously, as people always want to run the agenda about in 1947, before independence, and then I think someone else said 1956 or so, but I don't know about that one. I'll go and check that one up later on. He was just reaffirming that what they said was right. But now Lagos was being turned into a state. So it was going to be run like a state. So that's the other thing I wanted to say about the Lagos no man's land. So yeah. And then since then I've heard a lot of stuff here. I mean,
So
where does
we
someone
say
even
these things.
start?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that thing up again, because many of those who comment on this stuff about no man's land or no man's land, either one, they don't speak good English. Two, they've not even go and read what anybody who said anything about it had to say. You are very correct. Your interpretation, Jack, on that mentioned it. Of course, he wasn't the first. I think this Jajawachiku, as they are saying, but Jajawachiku was making a point about trying to give special preference for Lagos. Is why I used those words, not in a negative sense. Even Jack Conde himself was trying to say before 1979, this Lagos was being treated as a no man's land. But that now this is the first time that we are now going to run it as a state. Let me read it for you. Let everybody interpret for themselves, because sometimes this English, we all understand it differently. And I don't want to impose my interpretation on anybody. This is Jack on this speech, because I went to look for it. It was a long speech. If you want it, I'll send you the link. But let me read the paragraph where this came on. It was just a one-off thing, very small thing. It says, in 1886, it was reciting the history of Lagos, how it came from there to 1986 by the letters of patent, blah, 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 was again set up as a separate colony in response to a petition by the people of Lagos who resented being governed from Gold Coast. It was administered by a governor of the colony of Lagos under letters of patent dated January 13, 1886. This was the first time that the territory, now known as Lagos State, came under one administration. The administration continued under various constitutions until 1954, when Lagos was separated from the rest of the colony and constituted federal territory. That is to say, became a no man's land. That is exactly the way he put it. Thus, it is evident that for 89 years, from 1862 to 1951, Lagos, with or without the rest of the colony, enjoyed a separate and distinct existence as a unit of administration under its own governor, deputy governor, administrator, blah, blah, as the case may be. For 8 years, from 1886 to 1954, the colony of Lagos, i.e., the present Lagos State, was administered as a unit, an inseparable whole. From 1914 to 1923, the colony of Lagos had its own legislative council, while the rest of Nigeria had another council. He was making the reference that at one point, Lagos was treated as a no man's land. This is not, it's English, okay? And it's not saying, okay, now we are running as a state that is like any other state, that is not a federal, everybody common. There's nothing denigrating there. When I said that, is this said, it doesn't mean it negatively. Jajawashiku himself didn't mean it negatively. It is Ijalode turning it away right now. That somebody say Kiniko is no man's land now is fight. I don't think so. And Raima, I really appreciate your presentation, and you're 100% correct. But then the question you didn't really answer, because the complaints the Igbos are making now, they were not making it before 2023. The laws that you are passing now in Lagos to change their streets to your name and all of that stuff was not there before 2023. So the bigotry or whatever you want to call it started in 2023. And you have to ask yourself, why did it start? Did it start because the Igbos, most of them form an alliance or voting bloc or whatever, and supported somebody different than what the Lagosians felt they should support, even though they were being very hypocritical. The Lagosians saying it because Igbos did not make Asiwaju lose in 2023. I will keep saying that. Yorubas, like me, because I voted.
Okay, Dr. Oka, do you want me to answer?
Yeah, but you're going to let me finish my point now. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So I was just saying I was enjoying everything you had to say, but I don't agree with the premise that is the Igbos that the Igbos just wake up and start saying the Lagosians are prejudiced. They started saying that after what happened post 2023 is what I'm saying. I also grew up in Lagos. I've never had Igbos people complain about Lagos people not wanting them. I've not had Lagos people complain about they don't like Igbo. Most of this stuff started in 2023. So we have to look at the trigger. Why did it start? Why did Lagos now feel that they must excise Igbos from the thing? And I will tell you straight up, and I will quote, I will not mention name, but some of them are on this call. If they say I'm saying the wrong thing, these are big people in Nigeria, so I'm not going to mention their name. During the election, after Tinubu lost the presidential election, before the governorship election, I'm talking about the levels of people at the highest level that are my friends. What they are saying that, well, it is the fault of the Lagos state people because they are allowing the Igbos to have power, that they should pass laws. Some of them were on record that they should pass laws to make sure Igbos don't have land anymore, to make sure that they change all these states, all these streets are changing now. I have screenshots. I'm talking level of SANS, not regular guys. Level of attorney generals of states. And I have screenshots who are saying this stuff right after the election. So that's where it started. And then they followed up. They followed through on it. And that's why all of this started. It doesn't mean I don't think any Igbo will say Yorubas or Lagosians are not accommodating before 2023. They'll be unfair to say that. They'll be very stupid to say that. And I don't know if anybody's saying that. But what has happened in the last 2 years, it's not normal. You don't wake up one day and then change all the Igbo streets to Yoruba. Forget Charlie Boy, and I'm not arguing for Charlie Boy. I've said that before. Charlie Boy has no leg to stand on. That bus stop was an illegal one to start with. But I'm talking about those who had it legitimately. Then you remove them. You remove all the Igbos that are supposed to contest in APC. You remove them from. So, of course, if Igbos are now saying that Yorubas are not tolerant or Yorubas are whatever word you use in Lagos from 2023, are you going to say they don't have a point? That nothing has changed from before you and I probably grew up, from the way I'm listening to you, been in Lagos a while, from what happened 10 years ago, 20 years ago, are you saying nothing has changed in the last 2 years? That is the whole point of all of this. This last 2 years development, I say, is dangerous, and I say it is provoking so much sentiments everywhere. Now I'll let you respond so that it's not like I'm not giving you a point. But so your point, before I hand it over to you, I agree with you 1,000,000%. But only somebody who's being disingenuous will say what has happened between 2023 to now is not enough cause for Igbos to whine about or to complain about. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes.
Okay, so you said I would respond, so I'll say this. God bless you, because I like what you said, that you said prior to now that everybody, they would be wicked to say that we have
Yes.
treated them in any this thing way. So, but you see, for every action, there is a reaction. The reaction is what you see. In a place, if you live in a place, you thrive in the place, your business thrives, will be more there. You are grounded there. In fact, we know so many Igbos in Lagos that they don't even go to the east for
No, I agree.
Christmas,
So what
because
is this
Lagos is now
reaction?
their
I hear you,
home.
man. Let's get to the
Now,
reaction.
okay,
Yes,
now
the action and reaction.
you know, when you want to impose on people, then you are essentially, now I'll read a tweet to you from somebody called Ebubedike. Chief
No,
Muna
no,
is his
let's leave
handle.
the
Yorubas
isolated guys
are
now.
immigrants. Any
Okay.
suru, because I will have to reference
Okay.
things. And these are rhetoric that that continually echoed,
Okay.
that has caused this
Okay.
reaction. Yorubas are immigrants in Lagos. Igbo legally owns Lagos. I mean, there
No,
was a
only a
pastor.
mad
Let me
person will
even
say
use
that
this
one
one.
now. Abba.
This now there was a pastor. This is a
Yeah.
pastor, and I will post the video. I'll get the video and post it. In his church, on his pulpit, he said that that God would give Lagos to the Igbos as compensation for the Biafra war, and the thundering amen that came with that.
No,
I
so
was
you
thinking
two, you
that
take that one serious. Seriously, my sister. You think that one a serious human being.
see, Doctor, well, let me tell you, in Lagos, when after the presidential
Yes.
election, a lot of young Yoruba people voted for Peter Obi. Undoubtedly, a lot of
Uh-huh.
people walked even in they walked any
Okay,
suru.
Jari.
And then after the presidential election happened, a lot of Yoruba people also didn't come out, because they had their grievances. Lagos, the Yoruba people had their grievances towards Tinubu.
Okay.
And they didn't come out during presidential election. And then the rhetoric we were hearing, we'll take over Lagos. We are the most in Lagos. Lagos. And
Political mouth
do you
here
want a
now.
Lagosian like me to think?
Here now.
What do you want me to feel? Sherry, Dr. Okpe, we will name Lagos, we will revert Lagos name. The whole of Lagos, Ekola Mama Pe. So we will remind you that
Etibinu.
we will write you like Yoruba
Etibinu,
Lewa.
Abi.
Yoruba La Mama Sonsu.
But I hear you 100%.
No,
Okay.
we
But
just needed that. We just needed that.
it,
That see, you are in Yoruba land. We will remind you.
Eko,
Dr. Okwe, on a
yes,
serious note now, we've had to debunk this. Some people are actively trying to rewrite our history.
they can.
There are some people that actually saying that Oyingbo is the I want to sorry see there the indigenous of that place are in the Igbo. So it was only Igbo. Then they started one story like this. We've had to, you see, our children are going to grow. They are going to see, if we leave these things to linger, our story will be written right before our eyes.
Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́.
Ìjẹ̀bú-Igbó, wọ́n ní àwọn
Yes.
ní. Even see, let me tell you, I'm sorry, I'm just going to see. Let's not act like this thing has been happening for a long time. Even Azikiwe left the Eastern region, who he was premier of, to want to come and be the premier of Western
Wọ́n
region.
tún dé o.
So it is almost like
Rahima,
Kílódé,
ibo lo ti gbọ́ yẹn?
ilẹ̀ ń wá nílẹ̀ Yorùbá.
Okay, where did you hear that?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni,
Let's
why did
allow
they
Chief
balkanize
Raima.
Nigeria? No,
Can I finish my
Wait
Let's
now,
submission,
allow
please?
wait.
Chijoke
Sorry.
Jẹ́ kí
finish.
Rahima is
Raima,
just wanting
let me
to
explain
guys,
derail
myself
yeah.
to my
everything.
sister now.
I'm not
Yes,
Can I
derailing.
go,
I'm
please?
talking about the
No,
fact.
Can
wait.
I just go?
Raima, wait. Just give me
Yeah.
1 second. Doctor, were you
yeah,
trying to speak?
yes. I'm just trying to. I'm enjoying my
Okay.
conversation with Rahima. Because I came here to sort of for 5 minutes. Let me enjoy this, my sister. You people, you're only too much. So you are saying that Azikiwe wants to come and
Hello.
rule in in where in Ibadan or what?
Yes,
But we even understand
Benny.
the context. There was
See,
election.
there is no
No, now
context, Dr.
let
Kwe.
me
It is what it
hear
is.
because the people who are trying to let
Sardauna was the premier of the northern
okay,
region. Azikiwe was almost, in fact, he was almost like a god in the eastern
okay.
region. Ode Konte Wafe, Ofewa Lord over Wani Western region. He was
No, that's
loved,
not
yes.
what happened,
But
ma.
Otuwafe
Madam,
wa, Why kilo deti o
Jackie,
first
you
year?
better to
Then
know it's better to know the
agree
right
in
history. Oh.
Rossi
Don't be following that to say this thing.
demolish. No, I'm just
So
simplifying it
those
as
people,
simple as possible for any young
no,
person
but the
here.
truth of the matter is that that's not true. There were parties like saying
But
right now that we have APC, PDP.
there
Hold
were
on now, let me, madam,
party, no
hold
party,
on,
what is he looking for in
hold
Western
on.
region?
Let me explain it
Let
to
Kilo
you.
him
deti
speak. Let him
to
speak. He's a
Do you want to
Nigerian.
learn?
What do you mean? What's he looking
Let
in
me explain
Are
Western
what
you
now.
the
region?
You
host
don't
of
have to
this
agree,
space?
Rahima, but let me tell you the what I understand because I also researched it
Okay.
and I wasn't there. I was born in 1964, so I was not like I was mature to know what, but I will have more. So what happened? There was NCNC, which is the Igbo Zik own. There was the Action Group, and there was the I forgot their name in the north. They had election, just like the same way NPN that was considered to be a non-Yoruba party in the time of our Lord 1979 and co, where they won more votes. The NCNC people, because Zik, with all due respect, was senior to all of them, both in age and experience. They call him Zik of Africa. He was older than them. He was more experienced. He was more accepted. Awolowo was even more a regional person than Zik at that point. Zik was more international, right? So Zik's party that had Yoruba people there. The people that won in the West are not Igbo people now. The Yoruba people contested and won under the NCNC. So how can you now say Zik, Ofewa Jobale Wanlori? It is their party. Zik happened to be the presidential candidate or the leader of the NCNC. But those who won in the West, that were then good because at that time they were running. Hold on, let
Dr.
me
Kwe,
finish.
the
Let me finish.
NPN
Don't
presents
cut
a
my throat. Hold on.
candidate
Let
in
me
the
finish, madam.
West.
Let me finish because don't cut my train of thought. I'm saying NCNC got majority votes, and it was a parliamentary election at that time. So the party with more votes is the one that is going to constitute the government. So NCNC was the one that had more votes than AG, and they were going to constitute the government. But it was not like it was Igbo thing. All those NCNC people were Yorubas. They were not Igbos. Then the story goes, even though people are trying to avoid really going there more because they will interpret it like I'm talking against Awolowo. I'm not talking against Awolowo. My dad is an Awolowo. He will bury me if I say anything against Awolowo. He's dead now, but I was a diehard fanatic of Awolowo, so I know better. His grave will cost me if I say anything against Awolowo. But this is politics, and I'm not blaming Awolowo. He did what he had to do. Then overnight, he convinced them, the NCNC people, to cross over to AG. And they did, because Awo too was the daddy in that area. He called them in a room at the meeting and said, "What are you people doing?" And then they did their parakpotin. And at the end of the day, a lot of the NCNC people now crossed over to the action group. That is my understanding of this. Everybody have their own way. I don't think Zeke wanted to go and become premier in the West. I don't see that happening. How?
Okay, Doctor,
Bros, doctor, what you said is not correct. Okay, I
Doctor
want to learn.
Kwebao, please.
Zeke
I want to say
contested.
something. I want to say
Hold
something
on, hold on,
It's
respectfully.
my
please.
microphone
Hold on,
Raimat, with your
hold on.
ambassador. Oh, yeah, now.
Hello, Doctor Kwebao, please. I want to say something very, very respectfully. I
Okay.
mean, yeah, I think you are trying to solve a problem. But when
Yes.
we are trying to solve a problem, we have to work with facts, all
Okay.
right? So everything you've just said now about what happened regarding that election, it is
Okay.
false, factually.
Okay, tell me the
Factually, it's
truth now.
false.
No, it's okay. I
Exactly,
want to hear.
good. So yeah, so I'll tell you now.
Okay.
So what happened was the election, because I read this thing. So before the election, the white guy who was going to be in charge of the election, he asked the parties to provide the names of those who were contesting from their parties, all right? Awolowo provided his own. Zeke failed to provide his own. He did not. Good. Now, after the election, Awolowo had already gotten, I think, maybe up to half or more than half of the seats. The AG party had already gotten that. Now, there were
They
other
got 38.
independent.
Okay, go on. 38
Yeah.
out of
So
80.
Awolowo's AG had more seats than NCNC. Now, there were other independent parties like the Ibadan People's Party, smaller parties that were not affiliated to either NCNC or AG. They were separate parties. They have pledged no allegiance to any party. All right? Now, Awolowo's party already had more seats than NCNC. All right, so in Ibadan People's Party, for example, Awolowo then reached out to them, which was the normal thing, all right? Zik was also free to reach out to those people. They were not NCNC. So Awolowo reached out to all the other smaller independent parties, and he was able to convince them to join him. As a matter of fact, Ibadan People's Party, for example, I think they had. Now, one of Awolowo's rivals in Ibadan that was very popular, Adelabu, decided to go with NCNC. The three other members who won their seats, they joined AG. So it is a fallacy that there was any cross-carpeting. There was none. Zik lied.
That's not even the bone of contention. The bone of contention is that Zik in 1951 election, Dr.
There was cross-carpeting. I will even give you the names of those who cross-carpeted if you want them.
Just hold on.
We are not
talking. We are not talking about cross-carpeting now. That's a statement that you made.
Oh, so you agree there was cross-carpeting? I just want to know what we're arguing about. Because the man said there was no cross-carpeting.
That's not what we're arguing about.
Okay,
what we're arguing about is that.
So what are we arguing about?
You said Zik did not contest election in Western region. Zik contested for election for House of Assembly in Western region under NCNC. He contested for that seat in Western region. Okay. Not that he contested in the East.
Okay.
In 1951 election.
Okay.
Zik contested.
Okay.
Yes.
So what has that got to do with what we're discussing?
Why would he leave his region to come and contest in Yoruba land? Why? Why would he do that? Why?
No, let me answer that. Let me answer that, please. Let me answer that, please. So what happened was so Awolowo was the leader of his own party. Then Zik was the leader of his own party. Now, I think what was going to happen was that the leaders of the party, the leader of whichever party had the majority seat was going to become the premier, because like you said, it was a parliamentary thing. So Zik left his region in the east to come and contest election in the west. And then if NCNC had gotten more seats than AG, Zik would have become the premier of the west.
Okay. So I'm still not understanding what you guys are talking about now. So you are agreeing with me, okay? NCNC and its allies, which is like the IPP or APP or whatever, they did have the majority, and by law at that time, they were supposed to form the government.
That
IPP.
No, I am saying.
Let me finish.
Dr. Okwebao,
let me say my own now.
No, you misunderstood what I said. I said. Okay, so let me say it again. I think you misunderstood what I said. NCNC had its own seat that it won. AG had its own seats that it won, which were more than the seats that NCNC Zik's party won. All right. Then you had other smaller parties like IPP, Battle People's Party, and some other ones like that. You know, like spread in the western region, that they were not affiliated to either NCNC or AG. They were not affiliated. They made no promises to either of them. So Zik's party did not. They were not allies of Zik's NCNC. They were not allies. All those Ibadan People's Party and the rest of them, they were not allies of either AG or NCNC. Okay. So what happened was that when after the election, AG already had more seats than NCNC. AG already had more seats than NCNC. Then Awolowo then also reached out to these other smaller parties that were not affiliated to NCNC or to AG. They were not. Awolowo reached out to them and they formed an alliance. Those parties were not NCNC's allies. They were
No,
not. That's what I am saying.
yes, again, now you're done. Can I just say my own piece here? IPP was aligned with NCNC before the election, after the election. IPP and NCNC were going to form the government because together they make the majority of that before the cross-carpeting started. I'm not faulting now for talking to anybody into cross-carpeting or no cross-carpeting, but don't tell me there was no cross-carpeting because I've done this research before. I even have the names of the guys that cross-carpeted. Okay? So it happened. Hey, it's politics. I'm not blaming anybody for anybody. Let us not now be saying Nnamdi Azikiwe want to come and rule in the West or not rule in the West. In any case, that was the practice then.
No. Let's assume that it's not cross
No,
carpet.
no, Dr. Okpe, please, could you provide
I'm going to
proof
drop you
for
now. I will
the?
drop you, okay? Because when you are talking, I didn't interrupt you, so don't do that, okay? I'm just saying my own. You don't have to agree. We don't have to agree. My point is, let's even leave politics of 1954 behind. The rules were different then. The rules allowed people to contest anywhere. If Zeke came to contest in the West and Awolowo did not go and contest in the East, did anybody stop him? Did the law stop him? So let's not be talking these things. There were the three major parties. They all ran for elections. And then when it came to crunch time, just like they did UPN in 1979, when MPN ended up aligning with the other parties to take out Awolowo. Awolowo took them out first in that 1954 election. He went and talked to the IP people. I'm talking about Chief Augustus Akiloye. I'm mentioning